Greetings, fellow investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where tonight my friends and I will be playing the Vaesen role-playing game. I'm your host, Tom Rayleigh. The scenario is called The Patronage of St Elia. It was written by Thomas Bailey, who is also our game master, and this is a one-shot. So without any further delay, let's begin our journey into the darkness. Thomas?
So we'll be starting in Castle Gillenkrutz. It's kind of an early June day, so it's still a little bit cool outside. Probably kind of in the 50s or so. But the sun is out for at least for a little while, at least before the clouds come in. It is then kind of the morning, so everyone's kind of going about their morning routine. The morning post has arrived, and in that morning post then was a letter to Lieutenant Colonel Goran Gustafsson.
Yes, in fact, it's from an old friend. I haven't heard from him in a while. My old and dear friend Goran. I know it has been years since we last spoke. I pray you are not still angry about the unfortunate tincture ending up in your drink before the ball at Baron Yarna's place. We'll talk about that later, perhaps. Water under the bridge. No, alas, I do not wish to dwell on old times. I write because of a mystery that has occurred in the lonely village of Koivu, where I have settled with my new wife and baby girl. It is a quiet village that has unfortunately come across a most bizarre circumstance. Our parish priest, Father Vladimir Razin, was brutally murdered. The local constabulary have judged it to be a robbery, as the priest's pectoral cross was missing. They tracked down a local vagrant named Vilho when he was trying to sell the cross to a jeweler in Rovaniemi. The jeweler was suspicious about Vilho's story of how he came to possess the cross and its condition. Vilho is set to be executed for the crime next month, though. Perhaps the constabulary is correct, but what was not posted in the papers makes me think otherwise. When the body was found, all of the icons in the church were covered with a coat of ash, and underneath the priest's body was a birch branch in the shape of Othalan rune. If the rumors are true, you might be in a position to investigate this mystery and perhaps save the life of someone wrongfully imprisoned. Maybe even fulfill the promise Cassius made us swear in Skagen. Please come, if for no other reason than to share a fine bottle of wine. I remain your devoted friend, Friedrich Norseman. Well, I mean, he's a fairly trustworthy individual. No reason to doubt him. That's Father Albert. What do you think about this?
And he's kind of wiping some mud. Looks like he was outside. I'm not too worried about this. It's probably just a robbery, although the rune is strange. Do you know of some meaning to that? Perhaps we could ask Nicholas.
The Othan rune. It does indeed bring dark tide, but of its true nature, it still eludes me. I believe this is worth investigating.
Looks like it's something very old, much older than Christianity, perhaps. Like a little fish.
Nicholas, do you know of any of the books in the library that might suggest something about a specific meaning of that rune in birch?
I can certainly look.
The fact that they kept it out of the papers is what makes me think that if your correspondent is telling us the truth, something's been covered up.
If you want to give me a learning and logic roll, you can see if you can find something, Nicholas, in the library.
All right. That is 4 dice. Nope, nothing.
Okay, there's not a lot of information that you can find in terms of giving you a detailed history of what the things might mean in terms of its overall understanding within kind of Druidic culture. But you do know that the basic meaning of that symbol is one of kind of patrimony or heritage or inheritance.
A
That's
sign, a sign of things passed down. That is what this rune means.
No,
Sounds personal.
it's not-
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please.
I was just curious whether Father Gilling had any association with ash covering icons.
I can certainly see. I'm honestly not the biggest expert in that, but I can try and see what I can
Then-
dig up at the church.
You could do a kind of a learning logic roll as well if you want, there, Father
can
Albert.
I can try.
From what I know of these creatures, when they are scorned, they are very vindictive.
Perhaps it's a way of trying to deface, the good Lord's symbol, and to end up in such the hand of a robber of some kind that came through, perhaps, and dragged it away. At the very least, they seem to not have been after him for money.
Back when I was in the 37th Regiment, we ran across a number of churches in the Balkan states that had been overrun by Turks that had defaced and gouged out the eyes of all of the icons. This Father Razid doesn't sound like a Lutheran. I think they might be Russian Orthodox or something like that up there. Anyways, this is a friend of mine, and he's not on my enemy list, despite what he did. I think that we should at least look into it. Perhaps there is an innocent man that's being accused of Spillhole. We can't stand by and let an innocent man go to the gallows.
Probably not. Harold, what about you? Are you up to financing a journey up to good old, what was the name of the village? Koivu, you said?
Koivu.
Absolutely. This story draws quite a bit of sympathy from me. I myself have been, well, everyone's felt beleaguered at one point or another, like everyone's blaming them. And it certainly tugs at my heartstrings.
Okay.
Well, if he's guilty, and he should be brought to justice. But it seems rather, it's brutal murder, he said, a rather unusual brutal murder, though he didn't go into any kind of detail on that.
Yes, I was curious about that as well, how exactly the priest was done in.
And then the birch branch, that's very strange.
It seems like a grudge, but if someone's after priests up here, I think I find myself up to the challenge.
Very well. Then it seems.
Assuming you all back me up, of course.
I don't see why not.
Of course.
It'll be a very fun adventure, let's say.
Okay. Is there anything you guys want to do before you kind of pack up? Because it is going to be a couple of days journey by steamer ship in order to get up to Kovu. So before you guys leave, though, is there anything you guys want to do in preparation?
Do we have a servant in the building that assists us?
Oh, yes, of course. Alcott Frisk is his name. Fisk is
Good
his
old
name.
Alcott, yes. Have Alcott pack our things and get us ready.
Very well, good sir. You want everything or just a couple
Well,
of
not
days
everything,
journey?
but I think that it's so. How long will it take? 2 days to get up there? We might be there a week.
Okay, yes, sir. So 10 days worth of clothes.
Yes.
Very good, sir.
I mean, I'm raiding whatever the wine stores are and making sure the cats have some extra food for the time we're away.
Okay. All right.
And I will be sure to bring along my personal things.
Yeah.
Harold figures that he could buy anything that he wanted to, and like he always does, and he simply plays the violin in a corner to himself, just contemplatively, philosophically.
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the kind of the brief journey into the library that Niklas did, is there any other things you guys want to look up before you leave?
Yes, I'd like to see if there's any history of this village, Koivu.
Okay. Yeah, give
Especially-
me a learning and logic roll.
7 dice. 2 successes.
2 successes. Excellent. All right. Is there anything else anyone else wants to kind of look up?
How about this this priest's last name? Razin. See if it's a noble family or
Okay.
if it's politically involved, because it could be a political thing.
Okay. All right. Anyone else?
With the division of the church in there, would the church, the Lutheran church, kind of know that area, that rough demographic, or is that too far out?
It's a little too far out. It is a Kovu is kind of a it's not a border town, but it is close to the border with kind of northern Sweden. But it would not be an area you would have too much information on, because it is an area that's kind of more it's Russian Orthodox as opposed to being Swedish Lutheran. Okay. So okay. So we got 2 successes by Dr. Berglund, and then Colonel. Yeah, if you could also you can give me either, because you're kind of looking more at kind of genealogy stuff. You can either give me a learning or an inspiration roll, which either you prefer.
Inspiration. Oh, I'll go with learning.
Okay.
1 6.
Okay, so we got 1 6 for the Colonel and 2 successes for the good doctor. So the good doctor, you are spending time in the library, and you do come across an old chronicle written from the what's known as the Tornio Lavra, the Tornio Monastery, and it has 2 mentions of this particular town, and this is what you find.
From Abbot Daniel, but the magistrate promised to make full restitution to the Tornio Lavra. Number 6626. 17 September, Feast of St. Sophia and her daughters, Faith, Hope, and Charity. Charming. We received news today that fills us with great joy and great trepidation. Our God-loving Prince Sundblom will soon arrive at our lowly monastery to refresh himself and his mighty hosts before pushing back against the demonic Sami tribes who seek to destroy this land claimed for Christ. Yet we worry that his path will take him through Koivu, where a recent traveler reported a plague. May our true sovereign and his most gracious mother watch over our God-loving Prince Sundblom and protect him from all harm, physical and spiritual. 30 September, Feast of Gregory, the Enlightener of Armenia. Word has reached us that our noble and God-loving Prince Sundblom has been diverted northward to chase the impious Sami, who slaughtered the people of Pello and offered their babes to sacrifice to Baal, just as Herod did to the children under 2 years of age in Bethlehem. And there's no comfort for Rachel. As with the righteous Job, we accept both the good and the bad from God. So too a priest from the prince's house, Elia, by baptism, cured the plague in Koivu when the blood of Christ he consecrated at the divine liturgy miraculously crystallized, fulfilling the words of our Lord that unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life within you. Magically plague-cured village.
By somebody named Elia.
Okay. Colonel, you did look up the name Razin. Razin is a name that it's a fairly common name, but it does have roots in not royalty per se, but more princedoms, the boyars. And it's more out in kind of the far western areas, or excuse me, eastern areas of Russia. Is kind of where that family originally is from. Originally from one of the khanates that were out there that were conquered in the kind of the 15th century or so. So it is a name that has connotations to a kind of quote unquote royal blood, but not necessarily one that would point specifically to this individual himself.
Right, there'd be no particular reason to attack him. So it may simply be that the robber wanted the expensive pectoral cross. It's probably made of gold or silver, or perhaps encrusted with jewels. Still kind of a foolish thing to try and pawn off to a jeweler.
Yes, those things tend to be rather specific to a locality, or also having brutally murdered a priest to waste time with bending a piece of birch wood and covering up the, increases the chance of being caught on the scene. I don't know. Have I heard of any chemical or alchemical method of turning wine crystalline?
You're not aware of anything necessarily. I mean, maybe if you added some maybe some mercury or something like that into it, it might kind of crystallize a little bit, but not necessarily anything that would be of any substantial size.
Nor how that would cure any plague is far from clear. That's curious.
Yes, it's interesting too. This Elia, I don't know that I've heard of them. It's performing a miracle like that. You'd think, word would have reached far and wide.
It's true. Modern miracles, few and far between.
No, patron saint would be Saint Elias, correct? The one who flew up to heaven in a chariot of fire. The Old Testament. I mean, I do go to church, so I do pay attention.
Yeah. Yes, that one. We all know that one.
Well, perhaps we will learn more when we get to the town.
Perhaps Harold can keep us entertained on the ship with his little fiddle.
I hope they let me play it on board.
Is it a fiddle or a banjo?
It is a fiddle.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to do in Uppsala?
I kind of want to speak to Lieutenant Colonel. Didn't the first letter mention some prior connection between him and the person writing it, or am I mistaken?
Well, yes. Frederick Norseman was a comrade in arms a number of years ago when we were in the 37th Regiment. And it's somewhat of an amusing story, but he thought it would be funny to get me intoxicated and slip me a bit of some sort of drug. I became very suggestible, and he suggested a rather unusual thing, and I woke up 3 days later.
Well,
Water under the bridge, as he says, all in good fun.
you have left an intriguing detail out, but I'll let you keep your secrets.
This Prince Sumblum, though, who are they? I'd like to. Does anyone know them? Sounds like a crusader of sorts.
I would say anyone who has done any schooling would have gotten a little bit of some history. Sunbloom is a kind of an older king in the 12th century who is kind of known for kind of uniting parts of kind of Sweden and Finland together.
They didn't talk about him out in the country where I'm from, so I wouldn't know.
And the Sami people are an indigenous pagan group in the north. Yes.
Mhm.
How
The
are relations?
Laplanders.
How are relations with them now?
Not particularly good. But for the most part, the basic idea is there's the civilized world, and then there's the Sami world, and people are just kind of leaving them to certain parts of the north. Except, however, there are occasional pieces in the paper about people deciding that they need to open up new mines up in the north that the Samis consider to be sacred land, and then the Sami people must be driven off.
Right. Sort of standard relations between the advance of white Christendom and the rest of the world.
Seems that way.
Yeah, and it's been something that's been going on for centuries at this point.
Nicholas, are they? Do they? I suppose they have their own magical culture up there.
That would be my guess. An old land like Finland definitely holds many secrets within her roots. It would not surprise me if the Sami tribes were able to access it in some way.
Right, but unlikely to leave a runic symbol underneath a dead priest, even if there was a conflict. Different culture altogether.
Why would a person do something like that? I mean, that's got to be attached to some sort of ritual.
The inheritance component is what makes me think that it was quite personal.
Perhaps the land of the church was once sacred to them, and they wish it back.
This town that the jeweler's in, the Rovaniemi, you said, is that on the way or is that past?
Rovaniemi.
Yes,
It's farther
good.
north, past Kovo.
Very good.
Okay.
I was just going to say, whenever you're ready, gentlemen. You know how I think. I
Yes.
think that we go there, find out what's going on, get it done, and get back.
Yes, let us be off.
Okay. So you guys then find a steamer ship that's heading up to Finland, and it's going to take you a couple of days as you're kind of going along. And during that time, you do have some opportunity then to kind of practice, prepare yourselves a little bit. Whether you're kind of doing some jogging or whatnot, or other things, reading about things, you do have an opportunity then to kind of decide what skill you want to have an advantage in, and you've got a couple of days to kind of prepare for that. So just mechanically, you just choose one of your skills that you get a one-time +2 added to it.
I think I'll go with observation, because that seems important.
Well, observation, just so you know, it is based more on observing people.
Sorry. Oh yeah, it's observing people. Then, maybe investigation then.
Okay.
Yeah, investigation.
Well, the good father, in amongst his drinkings, will take the observation advantage because he gets into a few poker games on the ship with folks, and maybe comes out a little bit more cash in hand.
Okay, excellent.
I'm going to take vigilance. Soldier through and through, I shall keep watch.
Harold will take inspiration because he feels his role in the group is to be sort of auxiliary, and he appreciates everyone else's talents, but sees himself having more of a sightseeing role.
Okay, excellent. And our good doctor.
I'm going to use the limited confines of the steamship to practice getting around unseen. I'd like to feel more stealthy as we investigate this village where everyone knows each other and their business.
Okay. All right, very good. All right, so just so I have everything, the Colonel is taking vigilance, Harold is taking inspiration, Father is taking observation, Nicholas is taking investigation, and the good doctor is taking stealth. All right. So you guys are crossing then, crossing the water. It's more north than east, but you kind of heading northeast, and it does take a couple of days, and it's a rather uneventful trip. The water seemed to be relatively calm. Luckily, during the summer, there's not too much trouble usually in the Gulf here as you kind of make your way north. You do have a couple of stops. One of the stops that you will be making is to the port of Kemi, which is up in Finland, where you transfer that actually over to a river steamer, where you're going up the Kemijoki River until you arrive then at the at Kovu itself. When you arrive at Kovu, you do see there's a couple of other people getting off, but it's not doesn't seem to be an area where a lot of people are visiting in that way. But you do see there seems to be, as you kind of take a quick look around the city, it seems to be a relatively prosperous city. You're noticing that a lot of the buildings seem to have kind of fresh coats of paint on them. There seems to be on the river, there is a large water mill, and you see a lot of timber that's kind of been stacked up and that's been cut. So it looks to be kind of a relatively new mill that's been built there as well. You do see off in the distance, there is a large amount of birch trees kind of in the background. There's kind of a birch forest that's there, hence the name of the city of Kovu. And you, as you're kind of going, you do see then getting off the ship, you do see that there is an individual kind of standing there, and the good colonel does kind of recognize his old comrade in arms, Friedrich. And as soon as he sees you, Colonel, he kind of waves to you and kind of gives you a good snap of attention, gives you a salute. Colonel, it is excellent to see you again. I'm so glad you were able to make it.
Yes, we decided to come and look into this priest matter for you. How have you been?
Oh, I've well, other than work's been a bit of a bear. I've taken up loitering these days, which is kind of an interesting profession for me, if you know what I mean. But things are going well. I'm married now, and I have a little girl. But yes, things are going well. And your friends, I'm glad you're able to bring some others.
Yes,
This is
yes, Harold Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
I reach out my hand and I say, he's told stories about you. He hasn't told us the gruesome details, though. I hope to get them out of you if I can.
Well, he just looks a little bit kind of red in the face. Yes, Colonel, your other friends?
This is Dr. Berglund. He's a physician.
Pleasure.
This is, of course, Father Albert, our priest, and Nicholas Kordradsson. He is an expert in unusual things,
Yes.
the hidden things of the world.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Oh, I am very hopeful that you'll be able to solve this mystery. And as I said in my letter, maybe the constabulary is right, but it just seemed a bit peculiar. And we just need to make sure that the right person receives justice.
Let's make our way into town. We've arranged ahead of time a place for us to stay, and get to move our trunks.
Oh, yes, there's a wonderful hotel in town. I assume that's where you made arrangements.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, but I do hope you'll be able to come to dinner with us. Helga has made a wonderful stew, kind of a hearty meal for you all after your long journey.
Oh, that's very nice of you. So, as we're walking, what is so unusual about the murder? You said.
Well, there is the strangeness of that archaic symbol that was found under Father's body.
The rune,
the
yes.
rune itself, yes. And I must say, Father, he was very, very meticulous in making sure that the church was kept clean. He and his wife Tanya were very diligent in that respect, and the fact that the whole place was just covered with ash was just quite bizarre. I just couldn't believe it.
Was it loose ash or was it stuck to things?
Well, I personally didn't spend a lot of time in there, but I'm sure we could arrange for you to have a visit if you wish.
Yes.
Yes.
Because
I'm sorry. The entire interior was covered in ash.
No, the icons themselves.
Yeah, icons. Very good.
But again, as an Orthodox church, there are many icons all throughout the place.
You said his wife. Did he have any children?
No. Well, their youngest boy went off to seminary in St. Petersburg, and he was assigned to a parish, I believe, out in the Angelinska province.
Yeah,
So
we
it's
haven't
far
gotten-
away. Go
I
ahead.
haven't
Yes.
gotten into details about this murder. It kind of was ambiguous in the letter. Is it too horrible to mention, or something of so little note that you didn't think of it?
Well, it's not. Well, good, Mr. Anderson. It's not something I feel comfortable speaking out in public like this. It was quite a gruesome affair.
Well, perhaps once we get to a place you are more comfortable, you may
Yes.
explain further.
Oh, certainly. But let's get you to the hotel, and you can get your things settled. Dinner will be in a couple of hours. I hope that's not too much of a imposition for you all.
of course not. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. All right, and so you guys arrive at the hotel and kind of get settled in. Like I said, there are a couple of hours before dinner with Friedrich. Is there anything you guys want to do prior to going to dinner?
Sure. I'll walk about.
Yeah, I'm curious as to how many places of worship there are in Koivu. If there's a Lutheran offering as well as the Orthodox, and whether the church is open, whether he has a successor in place.
So yes, you guys are kind of walking about. You kind of notice in terms of looking for other churches, there just does seem to be the only church in town is St. Elia, the Orthodox church. There aren't any other churches in this particular area. When you do go to the church to try the door, it is locked at that particular point. You do kind of walk around as you're kind of walking around as well. You do see a lot of people seem to be kind of curious about you as you're kind of walking around them. No one bothers you. No one comes up to ask you and say, "No, what are you doing here?" But they do notice that you're walking around. They do notice that you're looking at the place, and noticing as you're walking through. A lot of like I said earlier, a lot of the buildings seem to be pretty new and seem to be well kept, well maintained, recently painted, all that sort of thing. Seems to be standard kind of throughout the village.
Prosperous.
Go ahead.
What sort of population would we estimate a village like this?
You're talking about 500 to 800 people.
Oh, so everyone absolutely knows everyone. Right.
Is he still here with us?
If you
Or
want him
his-
to be, he can. But
Absolutely, yeah. He doesn't need to be. Just if we're sort of splitting up for the time being, Harold would just like to look where people have fun, like general carousing, and just sort of like entertainment around this place.
Okay. You do notice that in the hotel you're staying, there is a little kind of a bar, cafe, dining restaurant that's kind of in the hotel that you're at. Because it's not quite dinner yet. There's not a lot of people that are there. But you do kind of ask the maitre d' what sort of things do people do for entertainment, and the maitre d' tells you, well, it's not completed yet, but we are working on building an opera house here in town.
That would give me a use for these opera glasses. Well, they've got to have some fun somewhere, right? When people get tired of a long day of work, where do they tend to wander to?
Oh, well, in the evening during the week, most people don't do a lot out, but on the weekends, people will come here. We do have a small kind of a dance hall. We pay to have an orchestra come down from the city up north, and that's kind of what people do. But we, like I said, we're trying to get this opera house together so we have even more entertainment for our people as we continue to grow as a prosperous city.
That sounds wonderful. I can't wait to see it.
Oh, come back then. Hopefully, in the next 9 months, we hope to have it built.
Promise you I will.
Interesting.
Okay. Anything else anyone wants to do?
While we're searching around the church, I think I would like to check the graveyard for this Saint Elia we've read about. If she is the patron saint of the church, she would definitely be buried there. More than likely, at least I think.
Well, as you kind of look around, you don't necessarily see any markers for Elia. You do see there is a kind of a fresh grave that seems to have been dug, and you go over and you can see on the headstone or the kind of written out that it is for Father Razine. But all the other ones there seem to kind of have been grassed over. But yeah, you don't seem to find one for an Elia.
Interesting. And yeah, that's all I can think of.
Is
Okay.
the house of the pastor, would that be attached to the church or would that be separate?
The rectory was nearby. It was not
Okay.
attached to the church, but it is nearby.
Okay.
Elia, it's a language thing? Is that a male or female name?
It's a male name.
I thought so. Okay.
Yeah, it's for Elijah.
Elijah, right.
I was
The
thinking
Slavonic sometimes ends male names with A, which is unusual in a lot of other countries. No, I'll say to Nicholas, since I'm just sort of wandering around with them, that it's very likely if it's a new saint of this town, well, not so new, a few hundred years ago, there's probably a shrine in the church rather than a grave out here.
Very true. I believe the sooner we are able to go inside, the better. That way I can work my, both literal and metaphorical magic.
There may be a small church council that would have access now that the priest has passed away. They would have the keys to the church, perhaps.
I was assuming his wife would have
His wife
access as
probably,
well.
yes.
I assumed, not to speak too rashly, but knowing small villages in this could have been the wife indeed.
Well, if neither of those avenues are open to us, I also have brought my lockpicks. If nothing else.
I
Well,
will
there's
remind
probably
you
no
that
need to break into the church.
this is a house of God, so gently at the very least.
Of course, I do not mean to deface.
Is the church named for Saint Elia?
Yeah, it's Saint Elia.
And it's on a square, I assume. It's sort of the center of town. Is this common, or is it?
No, it's actually a little bit kind of off by itself. It seems if you kind of ask it around, the church was kind of built first, and then the town kind of grew up around it. And more recently, they've kind of been moving a little bit farther north, which is where kind of all the newer kind of construction is.
Is there a little church cemetery, or is that okay?
Yeah,
but it's pretty grown over. You said
it's pretty little church in the
well,
Russian style.
It'd be interesting to know where they're putting up the opera house. That's got to be quite a large endeavor. They're going to be clearing quite a lot of these trees around here, I'd think. The lumber mill seems like it will be doing good work for a while.
They must be doing very well to afford a luxury like an opera house.
quite ambitious for a place this size.
Yeah.
800 people. It would have to be a very small opera house.
It might be also that it's developing into something of a county seat, so they're expecting people from other villages about to come in for edification.
Still, you'd think that they would put their money into other ventures besides an opera house. They would, a large library, a university, places of
Church.
learning, and military, the church.
I think you underestimate the value of an opera house.
Oh,
Lieutenant
no, I
Colonel.
don't. It's just usually it's not the first thing that comes in a town of 800. It's,
Well, this is an
one of the things that
eccentricity
come
of-
in.
This is an eccentricity I appreciate.
It's an eccentricity. It's not unloved, but how many opera houses can you name in small towns? They're all in large cities.
It's just the talent required to actually stage an opera remotely well
Well,
requires a population.
you stage the opera 3 times in a row, and all of the population here has seen it. Nobody comes to the 4th performance.
Unless it's all locals performing and they make their family come again and again.
What's the nearest large city to here? Oops, we can't hear you.
Really?
I can.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm completely blank.
The nearest large city would be Rovaniemi, which is the village kind of up north, which counts as the kind of the county seat, basically.
And that's 1,000, 1,200 people or bigger.
Yeah, about 1,500, 2,000.
You think the opera house would go there?
Hmm. That reminds me. Do we wish to visit the guilty man at the constabulary?
Probably have to get clearance. We can do that tomorrow after we've gotten the complete lowdown from Frederick.
I wonder if he's being held here or in Rovaniemi.
It is true.
yes.
He was captured trying to pawn off the cross.
Do they even have a large jail here?
As you were walking around, you didn't really see anything that looked to be a jailhouse.
And do we see any evidence from the proprietors and the things that we see around, any evidence of that the priest's family owned half the town, or anything that would seem to indicate the big power struggle here?
If you ask around, actually go ahead and give me a manipulation roll if you don't mind.
Okay.
You're just kind of asking around.
Manipulation is empathy.
Empathy, manipulation, and empathy. Yeah.
Okay. That's not a good chance. 3 and a 1, no.
3 to 1. Just as a reminder, you can always push, but you do take complications whenever you push.
It's just 2 dice, so pushing
Yeah.
would be, yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
just a reminder. You're a little bit of an outsider, so when they see your kind of military bearing, they do seem a little bit more standoffish, particularly to you, Colonel.
I assume the population, like the buildings, in a sort of small town way, is well dressed, affluent looking.
Yeah, they looks. I mean, well kept clothes. They're older clothes, but they do seem to be well kept.
Is there an obvious doctor's office downtown?
Yeah, you find one.
It might be too late if dinner's less than only an hour away, but I'll give it a knock and see if my
Okay. You knock on the door, and actually, almost as soon as you start to knock on the door handle kind of opens up. Oh, excuse me. I was just about to head to dinner. Is there something I can help you with, sir?
Dr. Berglund, Frederick Berglund. Pleasure to meet you.
Dr. Johannesson.
Dr. Johansson, please don't let me interfere with your dinner. We're in town doing a friend a favor regarding the recent unpleasantness at St Elia. Perhaps I could
yes.
visit you tomorrow and discuss the matter. It should only be a few minutes.
Yes. I could find some time if you wish. Tomorrow morning. Will that work for you?
At your convenience.
Oh, very good. Yes. Anytime after 9 o'clock will be fine.
Very good. Enjoy your dinner. I'll see you
Ah.
soon.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So, do we want to head over for your nice stew?
Hmm.
Sounds good.
Yes.
So you arrive over at the Norseman Residence, and it's kind of a two-story building. You do notice that unlike a lot of the other buildings in the area, this one's actually is made out of brick, whereas everything else seems to be made out of wood. This seems to be kind of a brick building, kind of nice, kind of manicure type of lawn. You kind of arrive in. There's wallpaper on the everywhere. You do notice that there are a couple of servants kind of moving about with the various chores and helping prepare for dinner and all those sorts of things. You arrived in, and Frederick says, "Please, I'm so glad you made it. Shall we go to the study first and have a little refreshment before dinner? It's not quite ready yet."
Sure. Sounds
Of
good.
Excellent.
course.
Excellent.
Yes.
What can I get everyone?
I'll have what you gave the Lieutenant Colonel. I'm just kidding.
Ah,
A tot of brandy would be delightful if such is available.
Yes, of course. Brandy for the good doctor. Anyone else needs something?
Give me wine.
Of course. Would you? We have a nice red wine imported from Italy, I hear.
Oh, I always prefer the white, but all right.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Good.
I'll take some of the red wine as well, and then for later, perhaps one of your cheaper bottles as well. We don't need to stand on ceremony here.
Oh, very good, very good. Anyway, Colonel, and I promise I'll keep my hands off.
oh yes. How about some the water of life? What is it called?
Aquavit.
Aquavit.
Oh, certainly. And you, sir, Conradson, wasn't it?
Brandy will do.
Okay, very good. Happily. So he gets you all drinks. And you do notice that he pours himself a hefty glass himself. And he kind of hands them all around. Yeah, we do have a few minutes before we go in. Just please kind of enjoy yourself if you wish.
Skull. Gurren, has your friend always been of such a nervous disposition?
I'd say he's a very affable. Listen, I'll tell you the story later, but let's leave off the jokes. He's with his family here, so we all have our wild youth, especially in the military. So
Yes.
I think he just might be a little nervous about that.
I'm looking forward to meeting his wife Helga and child.
So you guys kind of mingle amongst yourselves for about 5 minutes or so. Then he returns back. It says everything is prepared. Please come this way. And you go in, and it's kind of set up as a formal dining table. All the best silverware and the china is all out. Please let me introduce everyone to our hostess for the evening. Helga here is my wife, my stunning bride. Yes, and this kind of looking down, a little 4-year-old girl. This is my daughter Ada. Kind of the light of my life. So please join us around the table. And you guys kind of begin to kind of sit down. You have meal. There's lots of kind of small talk that's going on. You see, while everyone else is kind of talking, Ada kind of pulls out her little doll and is kind of playing with her doll instead of paying attention to all the people talking. Every once in a while, Hilda kind of asks her daughter to kind of put the doll away and to eat her food, but after a few minutes, she always kind of brings it out, back out, and kind of plays with it a little bit. Dinner lasts for about 45 minutes to an hour. Is there anything particular you guys want to discuss during dinner, or do you want to wait till after dinner?
We'll probably discuss only inane, how have you been? What have you been doing? Things like that, not
Yeah.
the gruesomeness.
Right. Yeah, and
Yes.
he just kind of describes, especially to you, Colonel, because you're probably asking about life as God, that he's, he went to law school after he got out of the army, and has kind of been in practice here. He arrived then in Kovu about 7 or 8 years ago, married his wife, and then they had a little girl, of course. And then he often goes up to his practice, though, is mainly up in the regional capital up north, but this is where his home is. And so you just kind of have this kind of chit chat for the rest of the time. And then as it starts to get a little bit later, he notices that Ida has started to yawn and says, I think it's probably time for you to go to bed, dear. It's been wonderful. Remember? And he kind of gives her a wink, and she gets up and she gives all of you a nice little curtsy. And then she leaves and goes upstairs. Yes, I think the servants will take care of the plates. If we want to retire to the study for a nightcap, we can do that and be able to talk a little bit more in private. I think get down to business, as they say. So please. And he takes you back to that same room that you had, provides you all with drinks. And again, you notice that his is a little bit stiffer than, a little bit heavier than the rest of you guys is, as he kind of pours them out. Yes. So,
You mind if we smoke?
oh, please go right ahead. It actually kind of opens up a little cigar box. Can I offer anyone a cigar?
I have my pipe. Thank you.
Very good. So he offers it to whoever wishes to have one.
Well, Frederick, if I know you've this business with the priest has quite upset you. Your wife is in the other room, your child is in bed. Tell us what has disturbed you so much about this case.
Well, to be quite frank, Colonel, it's not so much. It is the case itself. I was assigned the poor chap to be his attorney, and I feel I failed him in my duties. I sometimes have a little too much to drink, and unfortunately, the day of his trial was one of those days, and I just don't think I gave the poor man, a good defense, and I fear it's my fault.
I
Can you
see.
appeal?
Not especially. The judge has decided and has set the execution date. And being a vagrant, there's not much hope of him getting his case reheard, I'm afraid.
Well, then tell us what we wanted to know. You said it was a gruesome murder. Describe it for us.
Well, I was only. Everyone kind of came to the church when they heard the scream. Father's wife, Tanya, she let out a blood curdling scream when she found her husband, and well, his entire chest was ripped open. I can't imagine anyone having the strength to do something like that.
Indeed. Were any of the organs removed?
Oh, that I don't know. It was a big bloody mess. I couldn't. To tell you the truth, I'm sad to say I did. And you know what things we saw in the wars, but I kind of threw up myself after seeing it.
Was it your Dr. Johansson that looked after the father's body?
Dr. Johansson was present, but the initial person to kind of arrive and take a look at the body itself was actually Mummy Helen. She's kind of a little bit of a folk healer, I think is what people call her. Not everyone is comfortable with the new medicine, as they say.
Is that a Sami name?
No, no, she's just an elderly lady. Mubi is one of those. I keep forgetting you aren't familiar with the Finnish grandmother.
Ah, I see.
And where is the father's body now?
He was buried in the cemetery, I believe, 2 days after his murder.
Okay.
I forget the exact date myself.
What did Mumi Helen make of the injuries?
Well, she disappeared for a couple of days and no one saw her. And she kind of keeps her own counsel, if you know what I mean.
Hmm. And the law enforcement in town is whom?
Oh, that would be a Constable Hekar.
There were other witnesses to the murder scene. Multiple people.
Oh, well, many people showed up at the church, but the official witnesses were the good doctor and the constable, and I don't know how Mumi Helen ended up on the list, but she was also considered an official witness, as well as his wife, but she was not asked to testify in any capacity.
Even for a moment, though, did the other villagers see the gruesomeness?
I can't imagine them not being able to see it.
Well, then it seems obvious that the police department wanted a scapegoat, because they won't have any rest if they think there's some maniac walking the streets. It sounds horrific, but yes, your Mr. Hiljo is probably, I mean, there's a chance that he's not even involved. You say he was a vagrant. Who would have the strength to tear somebody apart like that?
Yes, I mean he is a man that is known in the village. He comes by, does kind of odd jobs and things like that. But again, he was never a violent individual.
What time of day was the body found?
It was early in the morning. It was before the morning liturgy. He had gone over earlier, of course, to prepare for that, and then his wife was coming to join, and that's when she found him. So I would say it was probably around 7 or so.
Was the body cold when found?
Oh, I didn't touch the body. I couldn't say, Doctor.
Also, the defacement of the church. That is highly unusual. Somebody deliberately defaced the church, threw ash all over everything, and placed the rune in birchwood underneath his body. This was a ritualistic murder of some sort.
Very much so.
Frederick, be plain. The deceased father, was he loved by the townspeople? Feared?
Well, I mean, he was a rather stern man. People were not too happy with his more recent preaching, but you know how that goes sometimes.
What particular preaching was he engaged in that they didn't like?
Well, he was he was condemning the ideas of Hegel and Marx, which have kind of become a little popular amongst the people around here.
The village of Koivu seems to be rather newly prosperous. Has there been a mine discovered or a new trade route open?
No, a lot of that has to do with the new prosperity. That does have to do with the lumber mill. We never had a lumber mill before, and then the people decided to build their own. We used to just float the down to the mouth of the river, and we used the mill down there. But the people have decided that they wanted that for themselves, and they just without the Tsar's permission, they built their own mill.
Is there
Has lumber, go ahead, sorry.
Are there likely to be repercussions when the Russian authorities learn of it?
Well, at this point, I don't know. The mill's been in operation for about a year now. We haven't had any visitors come yet, but we continue to send our taxes. I think they hope that keeps everything at bay.
Render unto Caesar, whatnot.
Go ahead, Father.
Oh, Frederick, could I trouble you for a glass of water, please?
Certainly. So he goes off to the kitchen and gets a glass of water.
Gentlemen, they're cutting down the local forests.
Yes.
It could be something, a warning sent from some sort of woodland Vaesen.
That was my guess when the rune was brought up.
Yes, and with the construction of the opera house, they may be escalating their destruction of the groves to
Further desecration of some kind. Yeah.
I'm interested though. It's covered in ash, right? The icons, yes.
Yes.
I suppose that would probably be birch ash. Interesting.
I believe a place we should soon visit is that mill. I believe that is where the first invasion of the wood may have brought the ire of the spirits.
Indeed. A wood wife or some spirit in that vein. Although the violent attack.
Yes.
And how did Hija, or whatever his name was, how did he come across the cross? How did he get that into his hands?
We were told that the authorities in Rovaniemi didn't believe his story, so he might have come across it in an unlikely fashion.
Perhaps he was unwillingly a pawn.
Well, perhaps it was thrown out the window and he saw it when he was walking by.
Perhaps it was hanging from a birch sapling between here and Rovaniemi.
It wouldn't surprise me if the chest exploded and it was his pectoral cross. I doubt the father was consuming dynamite, but that would certainly open up the opportunity for some quick theft.
Find out from the doctor, or perhaps this mummy Helen, if there were any organs that were missing.
And if there is a chance later this evening, I would like to visit the graveyard. I have brought my material for a seance.
Oh, he's coming back with the water. Thank you.
Long enough.
Yes. I hope you entertained yourself while I was away. I hope it didn't take too long. My apologies. Yes. So have you solved the case?
We've given us several locations and persons to speak to, certainly.
Yes.
What's your impression of the widow, Tanya?
Tanya's a lovely woman, kind of a devoted wife, as far as I can tell. Very supportive of her husband and his ministry,
And since their son was sent all the way across the continent, they'll be getting a replacement from someplace more local, I assume. Has it been announced?
not yet. We're still waiting for the Senate to send someone, and at that time, the Tanya will move over and stay with her son. But until then, the village is allowing her to stay in their home until the new priest arrives.
Does what sort of age difference between the two of them?
Oh, she's only about 15 years younger than he.
Certainly she wouldn't have done anything to endanger her husband if it meant moving to Arkhangelsk.
Now that is actually
Godforsaken.
quite interesting. Although maybe it's something I know that like, that's a large gap difference between a priest and his wife. Since he can't get married after he becomes a priest.
Right, he had to be
So
married
he would be fairly
before.
young when he got married. How old was he?
He was in his 50s.
Hmm.
Do you know what his occupation was before he joined the clergy?
Oh, I just assumed he was always a priest. I don't know about. As I said, I've only been in the village for less than a decade. But did you have an opportunity to go to the church and take a look around?
Well, it was locked.
Locked.
Do you know who would have the key?
Church being locked. The church is never locked.
Well, the priest is dead, so.
True, but I mean, maybe people haven't gone there in a while, but I find that odd. But yeah, you can go to the councilmen. They would probably have a key.
Very good. Very good.
If it's surprising to you that it's locked all of a sudden, perhaps we should do so after we've finished here, in case something has further changed within.
I mean, we're not here to rob the place, so that if we get into it by one means or another, you know that we're not here to vandalize or
certainly, and I'm sure I can go with you to the councilman to get the key and vouch for you. So I don't worry about that.
Well, before we leave, if everyone's ready to leave, I have learned some exciting tunes that I could play from America on my fiddle here, and I've got an excellent way of playing it that I've learned. If everybody would be interested,
I have still some cigar.
Sure. I would love to hear a little. If you're going to play some music, can I ask Hilda to be able to come and enjoy as well?
Of course.
Well, I hope you do.
Oh, thank you. It's a little late for Ada, so she won't be attending. But and so so he goes and gets his wife, and you come down and you play a few songs. Any particular one you're wanting to play?
No. While he was gone for a second, it was the room just us. I just want to make the quick note of perhaps we have more we could do tonight instead of just simply retiring. I think we can get quite a lot done while we have the advantage on things and nobody knows that we're sort of snooping around.
Perhaps.
I quite would like to get into that church. I've had a few and my courage is up, so they say.
And I may be able to find something in the cemetery.
If there
I think we have to bear in mind that the constabulary here seems to be rather reactionary. So
of course.
And if there are forces such as that, once they understand that we're here, I think things could get worse for us as far as turning up evidence.
Yes.
Especially if they are simply scapegoating the man.
Okay. So Frederick arrives back with Hilda, and Harold plays a few songs, and then the party breaks up a little bit. And if you guys are, do you wish to get the key this evening, or do you wish to wait till the morning for the church?
If you think the council will be amenable to being knocked up at this hour, I think the sooner the better.
Very well. And whatever you think is best. You guys know better these things better than I. What necessary to happen and when it happens. But yeah, I think I've got some friends to be able to kind of help with that.
Good.
Very good.
So he takes you to another home here in the village. He kind of talks to the person at the door, and he comes back with a key, and hands it to Father Albert, since it is a church key. He hands it to Father Albert. Yes. Do you need me to accompany you, or can I go? Do you need me for the rest of the evening?
It's not necessary. We can meet you in the morning for breakfast.
Yes. We can. We usually have breakfast around 7, if that works for you all.
Fine.
Very good.
Yes, that
All
will
right.
work nicely.
I'll see you all in the morning then. Good investigating. And he kind of heads off into the night.
Well, shall we go to church?
Indeed.
Lead on, I'll follow.
With a slight sway in his step, he leads towards the church.
All right. So you guys are heading towards the church. It's still, because it's June in Finland, it's still a lot of light, even at 9-10 o'clock at night. It is a little bit kind of dusky, but that's kind of about it. So but you guys kind of walk down the center of the street. Most people seem to kind of be retiring for the evening, so there's not a lot of people that are out on the street at this time of night. But you do arrive at the church. It's kind of one of those wooden Russian-style churches. You go and use the key to unlock the door, and when you open up the door, it's a very kind of traditional style Orthodox church, with kind of a big open area in the front of the church, and then there's kind of a wall that's filled with icons kind of separating into the sanctuary, and there's lots of icons that are kind of all around the church as well. Some painted onto the wall itself, some are kind of freestanding icons that you could take on or off. But one of the things, as soon as you open the door, that you notice immediately is there is a coat of ash that's about 2 inches thick, covering the floor and creeping up the walls.
Most unnatural.
Well, we
Very
can't
much
exactly
so.
sneak and not make tracks. So
When you say ash, is it literally like wood ash? That's
Mhm.
so if we move into it, we just kick it up into the air like it's not thick.
Right.
you know,
It's very strange.
Does it seem, is it drifted like snow, or does it look to have been shaken out of a sack from one side to the other?
It seems to be fairly uniform all the way across, and you do not notice any tracks anywhere in it. But as you're looking a little bit more, you notice that in the center, in front of the iconostas, there is an area where there is no ash.
An area, is it the area shaped like a human body?
It's larger than that.
Mhm.
Does it look like it's blown away from there, or it's simply
As you guys are kind of moving in, kind of to take a closer look.
Trying not to raise a lot of this and breathe
right.
it.
But as you're kind of moving in, it does look like there's a clear delineation of where ash is. So it almost has a clean line of a circle that's kind of been opened up. Also, as you're moving closer in the church, you start to smell something that smells like decay coming from in the sanctuary behind the iconostasis. And one of the things that you notice as you're approaching this kind of circle area is laid out in the center of it is a small tracing of ash in the shape of the Othalan rune.
So the icons are flat against the wall. Is the ash on the face of the icon?
The ash is on the face of the icons
so
as well.
Somehow is sticking to the icons. I look up at the Pantocratorus up in the dome of the church. Is it also covered in ash? Hanging
You look
upside
up.
down?
You look up. It's blackened.
What could do something like this, Nika?
Nothing human, that is for sure. And Nicholas will start rummaging around in his bag and he'll pull out his crystal ball. I do believe I should try and find something in here before going into the graveyard.
Be careful. There could be very violent spirits here.
There's something behind this. There's something that smells awful back here.
Yes, I think I'm gonna light a small, bit of tinder to look back there, but my nose will probably lead me ahead of my eyes.
Let me come with you in case there's danger, and I'll have my sword drawn, my saber.
So what I'm hearing then is Nicholas is kind of staying in the in front of the iconostasis.
In the circle where the rune is.
Are you going into the circle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then Father Albert and the Colonel and the Doctor are going into the sanctuary. Where is Harold going?
I think I'll just go with the sanctuary as well.
Okay. Let's do the sanctuary bit first. You guys kind of enter in, and as you pass through the iconostas, so there's a center door, which, Father, you would know that you really shouldn't go through. You should go through the side doors. So there are side doors. As you're going over, particularly on the left side, the icon there, which is normally where the icon for the patron saint of the church, which in this case would be Elia.
Yeah.
Again, like the Pantocrator of Christ on the ceiling, is completely blackened. As you enter into the sanctuary, the ash isn't quite as thick here, but there's still kind of ash all over the place. And the stench, it smells like, gets stronger. It smells like rotting flesh. And it smells like that it's coming from inside the tabernacle that's sitting above the altar.
Father, what does that area signify in this poor desecrated place?
It would only keep the bread and the wine in there for the.
Well, the bread is the flesh.
Right. Well, this is a dark mirror to the miracle. If it went that way, it's
opens up. You can look inside.
Well,
doors.
I shall do so then.
Okay. As you open it up, you see the container that usually is where you would keep the reserved Eucharist. You see maggots crawling out of it.
Oh.
And as you kind of peel it back, it just seems like this fleshy, blackened stuff is kind of in there.
Oh, this is an affront, Doctor. What? Oh, and he'll kind of take it out. Someone has replaced the wafers, right? The what we normally have there. What is this?
They've been transformed. Let me see if
give me a medicine roll, Doctor.
That is traditionally what is supposed to happen, but I think it's later.
It's
not usually in the container.
It may be one of the organs of the priest. You need to look, Doctor.
Only 1 6 out of 7.
All you need is one success. You're looking at it, and there's valves and arteries connected to it. You're thinking this is a heart.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like it's in an advanced state of decay. But with the amount of rot, it almost appears to be prior to the time that the priest would have been killed.
Yeah, it's probably not very warm in here after all. So the organ should have been stable for a longer period of time. I'm going to I want to remove this from the church.
Yes.
It's been several days, but it's not. This is. Does it the vesicles and whatnot? Do they appear to have been cut or torn? Are there bite marks, or is it too rotten to tell?
It's a little too rotten to tell.
All right. I'm just looking for something like a dustpan to. I'll probably coat it with some of the ash and then use an object to brush this thing onto, brush the maggots out, and take it outside.
Okay.
But if this was prior to the priest's death, whose heart is this?
I'm only giving an estimate, of course, but I'm hesitant to speculate.
If the priest's heart is not missing from his chest, then it's somebody else's heart. Our
That is
priest
one-
may have been up to something.
That might explain the destruction of the church proper.
Well, the
If he was engaging
desecration,
him. Yes, exactly. This might be
or
God's judgment, not so
Mhm.
much another creature.
Is the heart intact in its entirety, Doctor?
It's a little too difficult to tell just because it's so rotten at this
Rotting.
point. And the maggots have probably eaten some things. Doctor, as you are kind of gathering up some dust and whatnot and to kind of sprinkle on it to kind of cover it all up, you do notice as you kind of look down on the floor to gather some of it up, there is scratches on the floor by the altar.
and back here there isn't a thick layer of ash. Back here the floor
Yes,
has been.
It's a thinner layer of there's ash, but not quite as thick as it is in the rest of the church.
Mhm. And how many scratches are there on the floor?
You know, as you're looking a little bit closer, it almost looks like if someone had pushed the altar out of the way and pushed it back.
Father, is this quite where it should be? And
I don't probably not.
Should
Does
be dead
one of you
center.
want to help me move it? I'm happy to do.
yes, why don't you give that a budge? Well, I'll throw some ash on the heart so that it doesn't smell as god awful. We'll close the door.
Is the there's usually a wine element as well, right?
Yeah,
In an
is that in the
Orthodox
tabernacle
church,
or no?
in an Orthodox church, the particle is dipped into the wine and then stored in
okay.
there. So there's not like a glass of wine or anything like that.
I was concerned about opening that as well, what we might find. But yes, let's just move this.
Okay. As you guys are in the process of trying to move the altar out of the way, let us go in front of the iconostasis with our resident occultist, Nicholas. So what is it that you're wanting to do?
I am going to begin a seance inside the circle with the trace of the rune in the middle of it.
Okay. What does that look like?
Nicholas has probably set a few candles around the side around the circle and placed his crystal ball near the rune, but not disturbing any of the ash that has made it. And he is simply murmuring to himself strange words of some magical quality.
Okay. Give me your observation roll then. Let's see what you get.
All right. So this will be 6 die. And that is only 1.
All he needs 1 success.
All
Okay.
right.
So you're trying to focus. What exactly what are you trying to look at? And where's your mind trying to take itself?
Nicholas's mind is trying to gaze back to see what happened here that fateful night.
Okay. I need you to give me a fear roll. You are by yourself,
Okay.
so you do not get any extra dice. So it is either your logic or your empathy,
Then
and
I
it
will
is a
use
fear
my,
test of 2. You need 2 successes.
I will use my empathy then. And I don't know if I have anything to help me with empathy stuff. Nope.
Did you get any successes?
I got 3.
3
Look at that.
successes. All right. That's all you need. All right. So you passed your fear test. Good. As you're gazing back, you're trying to focus and what happened here. You see this figure clothed in black. Looks like to be a middle-aged man, fully dressed in black. More than likely, it's probably your priest. You're not quite sure what he's doing necessarily, but coming out of the shadows, so he's standing basically right in the center of that circle where you're at. And coming out of the shadows, you see this. As it reaches out and grabs hold of the priest, lifts him up, and throws him down on the ground, and just takes its claws and absolutely then rips open his chest and just reaches his hand in and scoops everything out. And then it kind of begins to kind of fade away. And you're kind of brought back to yourself.
Man of the cloth, you dealt with things far beyond your imagining and suffered the consequences.
Dr. Berglund, why is Nicholas screaming out there in the middle of the church?
I don't think Nicholas full on screamed, but he definitely gasped when he saw the creature.
Is all well? Connor and
Nicholas,
son?
are you okay?
I am fine, but I believe I saw the thing that killed the father.
A thing? So not
yes.
Vilho?
No, man. A large creature covered in smoke. Large, red-skinned, antlered horns protruding from the head. It looked like the devil himself. It picked up the father and tore his chest open. It took everything inside and left him.
A devil could not enter this house. Don't drop this side of this thing. A devil could not enter this house unless it had already become not a place of God.
The
Will
father
you-
was dressed in black. I do believe he tampered with forces far beyond his vision.
In your vision, the circle on the floor, was that there when the priest was there, or was the church clean?
The church was clean, and there were no markings on the floor.
It was clean. Nothing was touched.
Would somebody have sent a Vaesen to attack the priest for some reason?
This brings us back to the question of whether we have a human heart in here where the Eucharist ought to be. Perhaps he was gambling in things.
Well, Father,
Yes.
we've learned, Father, that not all of the Vaesen are aligned with good or evil. Just because it looks like a red antlered demon doesn't mean that it's from hell. It could simply be a monster sent to attack the priest for some reason.
Perhaps, but defacing the church and covering the icons is not a good sign.
No. We're moving the altar. There seems to be
Yes.
something here.
Then I will join you.
If you're all kind of joining in, it'll be fairly easy then for you to kind of move the altar. It almost seems to be, as you push it, it waits a little bit and then it gives, and it's almost as if it's on sort of a pivot. And it kind of opens up an area, and then it kind of clicks into place at kind of maybe a 10-degree angle from where it was. And
That's very strange.
on the floor, there seems to be what appears to be kind of an opening with some sort of lid over it, kind of a metal lid, with an extremely thin area that maybe something gets put into.
Like a key, you mean?
Yeah, it's about maybe 4 or 5 centimeters wide and a couple of centimeters thick. 4 or 5 centimeters long, excuse me.
And no light comes. It's a dark.
No light comes. And there does not appear to be any hinge on the outside.
And how big is the lid about?
Lid is probably maybe 12 by 12 inches.
A prison of some
Mm.
sort?
Not big enough to fit a person, certainly.
Certainly not.
Why?
Some kind of safe, perhaps.
I can't imagine the priest did not have a key on his body.
Do they
It's-
have don't they have a pit to put things in if they've worn out rather than throw them in the trash? Old Bibles, old cloths they use.
Under the altar seems like a strange place to me for that sort of matter.
So it seems like a lock. Does it seem like a lock that's pickable? Or
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same thing.
It's a bit too thin to get us to get any standard size lockpicks into it.
Hmm.
I was just gonna try to use the dagger.
But you said there's no hinge?
There are no hinges on the outside, no.
That would mean that it would open inward,
Logically, yes.
like
Is there
it.
any way we
Do
can
you-
dig under? I mean, is there any other way we can go other than some conventional way?
Well, it's a stone floor, so you
So
could theoretically break it up and dig through. Yeah.
Could I make an investigation roll on this slot to see if I can figure out what could potentially go in it?
Sure.
All right. So, and I got that +2 to investigation. So plus logic.
Well, just
is-
that +2 advantage, that's a one-time use.
Ah,
So if you
okay.
want to use it now, you can, but you can't use it later.
Figuring out how to get this open does seem pretty important. So, yeah, I think I will use it.
Okay.
And that is 0 successes.
Just a
Darn.
reminder, you can always push.
I'll give it a try.
All right, so you do take one mental condition, regardless of what the outcome is.
Gotcha.
But you do re-roll all your dice.
Okay. There we go. There's one.
Okay. So now your future rolls that are mental rolls, they do have a -1 to them. So you lose
Okay.
1 die in the future. All right. So which mental condition are you taking?
I will take angry.
Okay.
This is a stupid lock, and I do not like it.
All right. As you're looking at it, it's very old. The mechanism seems to be quite old, several centuries old. And it's definitely mechanical, as if there's some specialized key that is capable of opening it. And as you're looking, you do notice it seems that someone might have tried prying it open before, but whatever they did wasn't able to kind of get it open. But it is a mechanical lock that can be opened with a key.
had evidence somebody did try to move the altar.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very old lock. Only one key can open it. It's been here for at least a few centuries.
Well,
So there could be a pagan temple underneath the building.
could be. It could also be a holy place if they decided to inter the
saint.
church. Yes, the saint here. This
Oh.
could be the final. We did not see a gravesite.
You know, it is merely a thought, but what if that cross is the key? It seemed very important if it was on the father's body when he was killed. And it is not very big. Potentially the end of a cross could fit.
The pectoral crosses are about that big. So.
Mm,
Oh,
it's true.
It is a good point, though, is you'd think he'd have it on him or nearby or perhaps at his home.
I'm
Might-
thinking the priest accidentally discovered the door. and he may have been tampering with it and thus awoken some sort of guardian spirit that got rid of him. I don't think he had the key to it. But let's look around the sacristy, see if
Yes.
there's a drawer or something that has a key or.
Okay. As you're kind of looking around in the drawers, the shelves, all those sorts of things, there's keys, but it's more keys to things that you can find. There's no kind of special style key that would kind of seem to fit that lock. It's more for cabinets and doors and those sorts of things.
What about the Russian Orthodox, the holy objects? Isn't one of them look like a spear?
Mhm.
A thin little spear.
Yeah, a spear and a spear and a spoon.
I'm wondering if that is the right shape and thinness.
It's not thin enough. It's not thin enough
Okay.
to fit in.
Okay.
How's the stored wine?
You go over, you take a sniff, smells like vinegar.
Hmm.
Even the uncorked bottles, I'm sure Father Albert will pop one open, and
Yes.
one that's freshly open smells like vinegar inside.
So it might not
Sip.
be that the heart is older. It might be that something in here has caused decay.
Oh,
Or
that's
age.
interesting. Yes.
Yeah.
If I go over and kind of just like put a thumb over the St. Elia and try and like, is it blackened, like burnt the
It's
whole way
blackened as
through?
in burnt, as if fire has been put to it.
Torched.
These are infernal signs through and through. This is something like this.
Let's put it together in our minds with the story. The person who had the wine that crystallized and
You don't suppose that's what's down there?
well, do you think that maybe somebody did something? I mean, how many of our Vaesen things have to do with somebody did something 200 years ago, and there's a lingering presence? We drove the Vaesen into hiding. We drove them out of the countryside and deeper into the woods,
Given
and now they're
sufficient
cutting down the woods.
Given sufficient aging, wine will taste like vinegar. Given enough aging, would it crystallize? Like maybe millennia?
Like
something?
honey crystallizes?
I don't know.
You'd think it would just dry out.
Right.
Yes, the sediment falls out of the fluid and
Well, you know, now that you say that, I know that, don't they do that in some cases? Isn't there a powdery substance that you can make by boiling wine down until there's just like a flavoring that you can put into things?
I shouldn't think it would crystallize though. Organic salts or
So
something.
what do they mean crystallize? Like it became a solid?
Well, that's
And-
fair.
We have to be remembering that those who are reporting this are not sure of what they're looking at.
All right.
Put it a frozen solid. It would take quite a lot of coldness to freeze wine to
Because
Yes, I
when
think
we're,
they'd report the cold, not the structure.
when we're talking about a crystallization, I think it might be for them, they're just referring to a gloss, a sort of shine to it. I don't know. I still don't know where that would lead us though.
Mhm.
well, I think that we know, at least from Nicholas, it wasn't some vagrant who murdered the priest.
Clearly, Vaesen are at work.
Nicholas, are your visions always are they always true, or do you have some sort of psychic interference or some sort of misconstrual of what you've seen?
If they happen, I am not easily made aware of it. But to my knowledge, They very seldom fail me.
What's our strongest lead?
We need to talk to the doctor tomorrow.
Yes. I would like to know too as we talk to him. With all of this, I fear for the plague returning. If this was something that was held at bay, we may have to make preparations.
I think. Go ahead.
I believe we should also see to the mill. See if anything happened there.
Yes, if they're cutting down old growth forest.
Then that could have angered the spirits.
So perhaps it isn't the mill as well, but the site of the new opera house. I mean, there are multiple disturbances in this little place.
Have they started building yet? That's a good question.
He said it would be done in less than a year, so I can only assume they're well underway.
An opera house, that's, once again, it's fairly extensive. Wouldn't they have to dig down as well to put in a rather extensive under the stage?
Right.
Yes.
Could that be an excuse to dig something
A double
up?
deep basement, yeah.
I suppose that doesn't.
We don't know if it's near
Who
here
would be-
either. What if they broke into something that's another part of whatever this is?
Who are we accusing of they? Who is they in this?
The villagers might be doing it in complete
Unified?
innocence.
Are they
Might not-
unified, or do they have some sort of head, some sort of?
Well, the town council. I mean, it might not be, this could be a total accident.
Right.
Nobody intending to wake up the devil in his antler horns.
Suppose they never do.
Sometimes they do. Yes, the way your friend Frederick put it, they decided to open a mill without authority. There is some kind of local decision-making body that's quite willful and active.
Well,
It seems that way.
The Tsar is far away from here. It's
I mean, much closer than he is to Arkhangelsk.
it's easier to say I'm sorry than to ask permission.
Mm.
The church, despite the profusion of ash, it smells ashy but not burnt, right?
Burn smell at all. The only smell you get is from that rotted flesh. And then now that you open up some of those bottles of wine, a little bit of vinegar smell.
Is there a way to analyze at least sort of the ash? Does it seem like wood ash? Does it have the smell of wood ash?
Yeah,
Like
it smells
paper?
it smells like a fireplace that's been sitting for a while.
Okay. That's interesting too. So it's not like fresh out of the fireplace ash.
But why has it been falling for the last few days? If this is like what was here is not what was here when the body was here. Otherwise, we would see the footsteps of people before us.
Yeah. If you opened up a gateway to hell and the ash came from the fires of hell.
Something
Niklas,
ironic about this, right? Some sort of like message, like there's a heart in where the flesh of Christ is. I mean, there's this ash everywhere.
It's-
Who's it a message to? Who's it a message from?
It's a desecration of the church.
We need to talk to Tanya tomorrow. That's something the father was up to. He must have fallen from the faith. That's the only way that this could happen.
And
Niklas, go ahead.
before we leave here tonight, I would like to see if we could try talking to the father himself.
More seance for you.
Hmm.
Did in the vision, as you recall it, were the icons obscured, or were they clear?
The church looked exactly like the church would have been without, like on a normal day.
You saw it
Everything was
day
clean.
before.
Everything was perfect. Candles were lit above
Yes.
the icons as they would normally be, what you would expect to find in Orthodox Church.
Yes, the church was as it would be. No
So
ash, no desecration, no nothing.
These obscurances weren't necessary for that thing to appear. It appeared and then did its act. And you were in the circle above the rune. That's where the father's body fell?
Yes, that is where the creature slammed him into the floor before tearing out his insides.
Is there blood under the ashen rune, or was the place mopped up, or?
Do you want to move the ash and see what's underneath?
Yeah,
Yes.
maybe there's a broom to clean up. We can
Yes.
sweep it.
I don't think we should touch the rune itself, but perhaps we can move the circle slightly.
Hmm.
If
The
anything
devil.
is a message here, it is that rune.
Seems like the devil's signature is what it sounds like.
Perhaps then we should, destroy that emblem.
I'm all for that.
Hmm.
What says Nicholas? He's the occult expert.
I am not trying to anger this thing further. If what the father did made it angry enough to kill him in cold blood, then I fear what it would do if we disturbed its message.
But you didn't see the father doing anything before the demon showed up.
You saw the back of the priest.
Yes, I only saw his back, but he was draped in black, not the normal attire.
That's the normal attire of a priest.
Oh, that is the
black.
normal attire.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you meant like a black hooded robe, that kind of thing, not like.
Well,
normal.
that's what a priest normally wears, is a black robe.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I trust your expertise, Nicholas, but isn't what we are, our presence here, we're trying to subvert the supernatural in the favor of the natural. We're trying to, we're going to harm these forces. I don't know if we're necessarily, I think we've signed up for tempting them one way or the other.
True, but I would like to at least.
We aren't invincible.
If I take the back of this wooden stylus and just slide it through part of the rune, and that thing appears, then we have found a culprit.
So
And
we'll
going
all
to
be
have to
dead.
Well, not all of us. We have to face it eventually. We can prepare ourselves. I mean, I'd rather meet it
I do not.
intentionally than have it show up in the middle of the night in my room at the hotel.
I do not mean my words to say I would much rather leave this thing unchecked. More so, I believe more information is needed to properly combat it.
That is fine.
I agree.
I agree. Let the devil keep this place. God has left it. Let's go.
Okay. So are we leaving the church now at this point?
Did the priest have an office space within the church, or is that in the rectory?
That would be more in the rectory, yeah.
Yeah, there isn't any a thoughtful but cursory past doesn't indicate any books or any unusual.
Just the liturgical books you would expect to find in the church.
All right, yes, perhaps what the key might be in the rectory, where he has notes there that will be helpful, and his wife might know something. And I'm curious to meet Moomy Helen.
Before we leave the grounds, I would like to attempt to contact the father's spirit, if it is still in this place.
We know where his grave is.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys are kind of exiting the church, closing it back up.
Well,
Yes.
we should lock it behind us.
Yeah. And with that, let's take a short little break.
That sounds good.
All right.
All right. Excellent.
5 minutes later.
So we're exiting the church. You guys are kind of locking it back up, kind of leaving it the way that you found it. Now, I believe, Nicholas, you said you wanted to spend a little time in the cemetery. Is everyone else going to be
Yes.
going to the cemetery, or?
Yeah. I'm gonna keep an eye on him so that he doesn't get eaten by a werewolf or anything.
Even as we're going to lock the door, Father, Nicholas, how do you feel about my removing that grotesque heart? Is that also going to summon a demon, or can we get that out of there? It's
I do not believe the heart was meant to be found. The creature simply put it in a place it deemed perhaps fun to it. I
You
do
think
not
that
see
was
the harm in it.
that was rather than an important symbol, that was a grotesque joke?
Potentially.
Yeah. Then if no one
I
objects,
mean,
I'm going to again look for something like a dustpan, gather
placing
some
a
ash.
a
like
rotten heart in the place where the flesh of Christ would normally be placed, it does seem ironic.
So while you perform your gruesome seance, I'd like to build a little, clear a little area, build a small pyre and burn this thing.
Very well.
Okay. So, Nicholas, you head out to the area. As I said, there's kind of a freshly turned up ground where the priest had been buried. So you know
Yes.
where he was buried at. So you go and kind of set up your seance kind of circle there, and you begin to do your ritual.
Yes.
Give me an observation roll.
All right. I can use my crystal ball to give myself +1 to negate the -1 from angry. So still 5. I believe. Hang on. Let me just do a double check, make sure I got the math right. So, oh, it's 6, not 5. My bad. There we go. All right. That is 1 success.
That's all you needed. Okay. So, and you're wanting to contact Father Razin.
Yes.
Okay. So you're in the process then, you're doing your ritual, you're kind of focusing, you're using the image that you had seen in your previous vision in order to kind of form the idea of who Father Razin is. And you start to see this form begin to kind of take shape, hovering over the grave of Father Razin, wearing a black cassock, and you see then this massive wound in the center of his chest, and you do still see some kind of blood that's dripping out of it. I do need you to give me another fear roll. Fear 1.
All right. So that is.
You do get +3 because you do have your compatriots there with you.
Ah, perfect. So let's see. Fear roll of 5 + 3. That's 8. Because it's empathy. Here we go. That is only 1.
All you needed was 1.
All right.
Okay. So as you begin to kind of focus in, you see this image and you're trying to pull it out to get it to be able to kind of speak with you again. It looks up at its eyes and it begins to kind of solidify even more. At this point, it becomes then visible to everyone around. Fear test for the other 3. So the colonel, the priest, and the socialite, because Friedrich Berglund is off doing his own thing, so he doesn't have to. But you do get
How do you
+3.
do fear again?
What's that? It's either empathy or logic, whichever is higher. And then
Okay.
you get +3 because of the presence of everyone else. As you see this figure of the priest kind of appear then above the grave.
1.
All you need is 1.
Pass.
Feels ominous to get a 666 at this moment, but here we are.
Hey, it's a success. That's all you have to worry about here. So if everyone got a success, so that's no big deal. So yeah, you see this kind of image, and it kind of looks up its eyes, it raises its head and looks directly at Nicholas. You hold me forth.
Yes, Father.
You desecrate.
Not intentionally, Father. We wish to find out what happened to you.
I died.
Hmm,
What killed you?
yes.
Grotesqueness. Unimaginable. Grotesqueness.
Hmm.
How did the demon get into the church?
No demon. No demon.
Then what was this grotesqueness you saw?
It was summoned here
Who summoned it?
ages ago.
Hmm.
Was it trapped underneath the altar?
No other mysteries lie there.
How
What provokes the wrath of this thing?
It turns its eyes over at you. You do provoke its wrath.
Me specifically, or all of us?
It turns its head and looks at each of you, kind of as it's kind of penetrating. You and you and you. All of you provoke its wrath, as do I.
We will provoke its wrath. We have provoked its wrath, or are we the type of thing that provokes its wrath?
Just by being human, we provoke it.
Yes.
How do we stop it? Do you know?
You must find the key.
what is the key?
It lifts its finger up. Not all answers are within your grasp, little weak one, as your power fades.
Hmm. Rest in peace, Father.
And with that, you said rest in peace. The image begins to kind of fade and disappears.
Nicholas, I've seen some things in my time, but your talents for this are quite wide-ranging.
I learned at a very young age that things beyond this world are better left to be known to better protect yourself.
How do we know that what we talked to there was the priest and not a trickster spirit?
I raised the same concern on the last time.
I do not trust it.
Mm.
Not even a little. Whatever you brought back, pulling it from beyond. No.
You do not have to trust my methods, Father. They merely only need to produce results.
It is not the methods that I do not trust. It is the things you call up.
Mm.
If this was the father, then he's been clearly corrupted since time we don't even know.
No,
If
we
it's
don't
not,
believe in. We don't believe in ghosts anyway. When you die, you go to heaven or you go to hell.
Exactly. Whatever
You don't.
this. No.
I have an open mind. I think that I trust Nicholas's visions more than something I can't see. And he brought something up I can see.
Let's just take everything with a grain of salt.
And maybe a bit of holy water as well. Although it does remind, the way it's said this happened ages ago, it does remind me of the times that we read about with the plague, the saint, but also in the demonic tribes that were kicked out of here.
I believe we have.
Something has kept this thing suppressed until recently.
Yes.
We'd learn a lot if we could figure out what it was that was suddenly, or how it was suddenly released, or what provoked it. The only thing I can think of is the trees being cut down. I'm ready for bed.
Yes.
Game
Very
Master,
well.
how did the organ burning go?
Yeah, I was going to come there next. So where were you going to do this at?
I figure I don't think I'm going to take it onto the street for a public display. There's probably some stone churchyard that isn't super public, maybe, near the cemetery, but outside the church.
So kind of like behind the church, out of the public view type of thing.
That's what I have in mind. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you take it out, and there's a little plaza kind of in the back where you could tell, because during one of the Sundays before Lent, there's usually a big procession with icons and things like that. The Sunday of Orthodoxy, where there's a procession at the various corners of the church, and so there's an area that's kind of set up, but it's out of the way where people don't see it. And as you're kind of bringing the heart out, you kind of lay it down on the ground, and you're getting ready to kind of burn it. And when you do, though, you put the ash down, and there doesn't seem to be a heart in there. It seems like everything is just crumbled to dust.
Hmm. Does the quantity of dust even account for the heart having been part of it?
It does.
Hmm.
So there's not a lessening of material there. It's just when you go to lay it down, it just kind of all goes kind of.
It immolated itself, essentially. Well, the next time we go in, we'll see whether the heart is returned or whether it could only exist within that space. Which probably means I see the end of the seance as I go into the cemetery and to meet the fellows. And I say, how'd it go? Any luck?
We were able to contact the father's spirit.
Was it helpful? I trust he told you where the
Somewhat.
key was.
That is the one piece of information he did not divulge.
Well, like any good priest, he wrapped it in a metaphor.
Good priest, or
Like any good demon, all he caused was more confusion.
Quite.
Well, I couldn't burn the heart; it burnt itself. So,
What?
instead of remaining while I built a pyre, it sort of devolved into ash like the rest of it.
Disintegrated, like with age, to turn to dust.
I think it was ash, though. It was, sour, not dead. Is that fair, Game Master? There wasn't dust and ash, or were there both?
It's a little bit of both, actually.
I take it back. Yeah, maybe time is of the essence of this anomalous curiosity.
If we were interested, it might be a chance to see if this is tied to the priest himself. might we just find Ash in that grave, or if we take him off the premises? Normally, I would not recommend digging up such a body, but I think we're a bit beyond that now with his clear attitudes.
Has anyone packed a shovel?
Well, we can get a shovel. We're not going to do it tonight.
Yeah. Just a reminder, it's even though it's night, it is the summertime way up north, so there's still light.
Yes, June at this latitude, it won't be black at any point, and probably they'll start. I think the Finns are prone even more than the Swedes to celebrate, the summer solstice for a week. The sun always being up, and we might as well see if the doctor can tell us about the priest's heart and so on before we go to the back-breaking work of me watching you dig up a grave.
Then I suppose we retire for the evening.
Yeah, we have an early breakfast.
Very good.
So you guys head back to the hotel. You guys get a little bit of rest. It's a little bit fitful. You do have some kind of bizarre dreams. You find yourselves seeming to kind of be walking in the woods, just as if you're going through a stroll, but it just seems to be there. Maybe it's because you guys have been thinking about the woods as being a source of something, or so possible just suggestion, or maybe there's something more to it. You guys wake up and you head over to breakfast at the Norseman's home. And when you arrive, Friedrich is there. Wonderful, wonderful of you all to come. Yes, I have some eggs and this cured bacon and a little bit of toast and some coffee. I hope that is to everyone's liking.
It is perfect, my friend.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Please come in. Everything is ready in the dining room. I'll be there. I'll be there momentarily. And he kind of brings you all in, and you get seated down. As you guys are having breakfast, you do notice he's having a little conversation with his wife in the other room. As you're listening in, Helga is a little bit concerned, you can tell. He says she hasn't seen Ada this morning. But Friedrich says, don't worry, she's probably out playing. If you don't see her within an hour, then we'll take a look for her, but don't worry too much about it. I'm sure you know how precocious she can be sometimes. And she says, oh, you're probably right, dear. And then after that, he kind of comes in. I hope you've all brought your appetites. I see you've gotten into the food. Very good. Yes, eat heartily.
Forgive me, Frederick. I could not help but overhear that your daughter has not been seen this morning.
Oh, yes. Young girls, you know how they like to go out sometimes. She's probably down by the river. She enjoys kind of spending some time out there, watching the fish go by, that sort of thing.
Does she tend to play in the woods?
Oh, no, not usually. I mean, she's only allowed to go there if one of us have gone with her.
Of course.
How's this fella looking this morning? Is he still nervous? Does he seem tired by any chance?
He's a bit, kind of red-eyed. And Father Albert, you would probably be able to tell. He's got a little something in his coffee.
Give me some of that too, if you don't mind. But I worry with what we saw last night about your child. Are you certain with what we know of the history of this town?
What did you find out last night?
The good news, Mr. Northman, is that your client, Vilho, is certainly innocent.
Do you have proof?
Well, the bad news is that it'll be difficult to present a demonic presence that tore the man's chest open as evidence.
Oh my, yeah, I don't think that's going to overcome the fact that he was found with the priest's cross with him.
Where was he found? What was his? Oh, he was found trying to sell it. What was the story about how he found it?
Well, he claimed he found it by the side of the river.
Between here and Rovaniemi?
Yes, yes.
In
that
what
cross
state
now?
did he find it?
Well, that's part of the reason why the jeweler he was trying to sell it to was a little bit concerned, because the large red ruby that was kind of on the lower part of the cross was cracked and damaged.
Oh,
Hmm.
And also his idea of finding it upriver is a bit, let's just say, hard to believe.
things tend to go downstream after all.
Is
Yes.
the mill close to the river, perchance?
Oh yeah, it's got a water wheel to run the mill.
Hmm. Well, I believe we should check out the mill after breakfast.
I have an appointment to see the town doctor. And also we should speak with the widow. I assume that you can introduce us to the unfortunate Tanya. She might know something about the damage to the cross.
Hmm.
Yes, I mean, I'm not much of a churchgoer myself, but I think she would probably know me.
Very
Oh,
good,
really?
very good.
Okay,
When
so
you-
where
when
all
you-
do we want to go? We got one to the doctor, one to the mill, and you
Mhm.
guys want to go as a group to go see Tanya, or how does that want to work? How do you want to do it?
Hmm.
I'll
If
go
there's
to
only one
the
person going-
mill with whoever is going to the mill.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the mill.
Yeah, I guess I'll be third to the mill.
So, Father, we could meet the widow and then the doctor, depending on timing, or the other way around.
Yes, let's do that. And Frederick, if you don't find Ada shortly, do let us know.
Frederick, how is the hunting around here?
Oh, it's quite good. There's some nice game, and perhaps once we get all this sorted out, happy to take you out for a hunt.
Is it seasonal or does it go on all the time?
Some animals are better in season, but at least in the past, people would get what they can.
Hmm.
I'm idly playing my violin quietly during this, just idly. And I want to, because it says you can try to use it to influence others. I want to try to play an anxious tune on it to make him take his missing daughter more seriously.
Okay. Roll me inspiration.
I will not be using my +2. I will just be. Two that failed because I've got too few dice. Okay, that's 3 successes.
Okay, all you needed was one. Between the kind of the melody that you're kind of plucking out on the strings, and what you guys have been talking about, and particularly then when Father Albert was mentioning about his daughter, you notice he seems to kind of furrow his brow just a little bit more, and he seems to take a big swig of his coffee. But yes, if there's anything else I can do for you, gentlemen, this morning, of course, I'll help introduce you to Tanya. Is there anything else that you guys need from me?
One
Jim,
curious
I'm sorry.
one
Jim, does
question.
it seem to us that he is acting very nervous? Or is he just being really fluffy?
At the moment, he seems a little concerned and a little tipsy.
It's starting to
Hmm.
feel to us, to me at least, like he is trying to distract us a little bit. Put us
Yeah, it
on a
does.
different
Yeah.
subject.
Hmm.
Does anything seem suspicious? What would I use? Vigilance?
Actually, that would be observation, technically.
Okay.
Vigilance is more
Uh,
looking if someone's about to stab you in the back.
Hmm.
Observation, I've got just 2. Okay.
Would I be able to join in on that? I have some deep suspicions about child sacrifice.
Yeah.
The father's
Sure.
getting
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it
worried
observational as
about-
well.
Yeah, I've got okay observation too, even with the -1. So if I can give it a try, I would like to.
Let's just have the 2 because Father Albert got his success.
Gotcha.
He doesn't seem to be attempting to do any distracting per se. He seems to be kind of the sense of guilt, as he kind of mentioned last night. He does feel as if it's partially his fault that Vilho is in the predicament that he's in. And because of that, he's probably a bit distracted as well. But doesn't seem to be intentionally trying to distract you guys.
Is there a way that we can get a message to the magistrate telling them that we have strong suspicions that Vilho is not the murderer? And that we're gathering evidence. So at least they can put off the execution.
Well, Frederick would tell you, unless you provide something concrete, the magistrate wouldn't really even pay any attention to it. Just saying you're looking into it, they wouldn't see that as a reason for halting the execution.
Hmm. Well, if we find anything, we will let you know, and you may tell the ministry or magistrate.
Oh yeah, anything we can do to get Vilho off if he's innocent. And you guys seem a lot more convinced today that he's innocent than you did last night.
Yeah.
Very much so.
When you went to get the church key from the council member, was there an explanation as to why or when the place had been locked?
Yeah, I did ask, because I did find that a bit strange. And he said, well, since there wasn't a priest, there was no reason to keep it unlocked. And I do admit I'm not much of a churchgoer myself, so I've not tried the church door since Father died. I just knew that it's normally kept open.
No, well, it's curious because there was further desecration since his body was removed.
Further desecration.
Yes.
There's several wagons full of wood ash all over the place and things.
Really?
So it would be interesting to know how many keys are about, but as I suspect that it wasn't done by a member of the village, it's far from urgent.
Oh, desecration. Yes, should we inform the bishop?
Not yet. Let us continue our investigation.
Yes.
It might be best that we, be unhindered for a bit longer. As
Oh, very well. Desecrate. Oh, I hope they. Oh no, she wouldn't do it. No, never mind. Oh yes, let me get you to your destinations, gentlemen.
Very good.
Who would not do it, Frederick?
Well, I know that Helen had some issues with the priest, but I don't think she would go about anything such as that.
Where is
I don't
Helen
think
these
this was
days?
Moomy, but we'd like to speak to her as well. Yes, Father, sorry. Where will we find Mumi if she's in town?
Her shack is near the forest line.
Ghost. Yes, stands to reason. Very good. Does she? Is it customary to bring her an offering of some kind, or what do the superstitious locals do about that sort of thing?
Usually, if they're seeking healing from her, they usually bring her some food for trade. But no, not anything necessarily. You don't need any wards with her, if that's what you're asking, Doctor.
Does she
Let's bring
partake
some-
of tobacco?
Oh, I've never known her to not accept anything that was being offered.
I'll take another one of your fine cigars then, so that we have something to share.
Oh, certainly. He opens up his box and he hands you 3.
Very good.
While you and the father are talking with the widow and the doctor, perhaps after we investigate the mill, we can meet up at Umi's shack.
That sounds good. Getting a broad impression of her, if the timing works out. Quite.
Very good.
Okay. Let's do the sawmill first. So, Colonel Gustafsson and Nicholas and Harold, you all are heading off to the sawmill. You kind of arrive. It's still a bit early, but people seem to kind of begin the process of starting up their day. The sawmill is kind of in operation. It seems to be quite efficient as the workers are kind of moving around. One thing you do catch note of is that the people in the mill, when referencing one another, do call each other comrade.
Very
Well,
good.
that's not so unusual, is it?
No, not very.
Depends.
Communism doesn't exist yet, so
Well, Marx wrote in 1845, 46, I think.
oh, did he?
Oh yeah, yeah, he did. Well,
Okay, so you guys go in. What do you want to do?
As
approach
we're
to see-
going in and looking around, I want to see, are they clear cutting areas of the forest around us?
It does seem that there is appears to be kind of a systematic cutting of the forest. But as you're looking around, it appears the locals have been using the forest as building material and as wood for centuries.
okay.
Does anyone here seem to be some sort of person in charge? Or
There doesn't seem to be any foreman.
I'll go to the nearest person then.
Yes. How are you, comrade?
Hello. We are doing a small investigation to deal with the priest, and we wanted to know if you've heard anything around here, or if anything has just passed you by, so to speak.
You mean beside the fact that father's dead?
Right.
Oh, not particularly. We're we do our work, we do our jobs. I'm not quite sure what you're asking, sir.
Oh, it's just a simple investigation. We're asking everybody, and we just wanted to gather information here. We heard that there's quite a few people working here.
Yes. There's several people in the village work here, but I thought that vagrant Vilho was the one that killed father.
New evidence has come into the picture, which has changed the attitude of the investigators on the case.
Oh, I don't know. The magistrate seemed kind of final with his decision, from what I've heard.
Well, it was
But-
final at the time, but things change.
They do indeed.
So, would you mind us asking around just a few of the people working here? Just getting a survey of the.
It's not for me to give orders, so go right ahead, I suppose.
All right. And I will go through literally every person, just asking about the case.
Yeah. I think
What exactly is this you're asking? That's what I'm not quite certain.
Oh, I just wanted to know because just since the case is just public knowledge, everybody seems to know about it. Whether there's any bits of information we missed that we could pick up just by quizzing.
No, I mean, yeah. Generally, people have heard about. Well, people know about the murder. That Vilho was caught. That Vilho is going to be executed for it. That some of them say it might be because Father's been preaching against Hegel and Marx recently, but they didn't think necessarily that Vilho was politically inclined, but just kind of general information.
If you don't think he was politically inclined, what is your suspicion that those two things are related? The murder and the politics.
Oh, just simply answering questions about what Father was doing beforehand.
What was Father doing?
Normal priestly duties, preaching, celebrating the mysteries.
It does seem quite left field. That does seem a bit of an oddball, doesn't it? The connection between the vagrant committing the murder and thinking that it was tied to this group of philosophers that have become popular in the town.
Oh, I'm not necessarily saying that it is. I'm just merely, you're asking about Father. I answer questions about Father. You're asking about the case. I answer questions about the case.
All right.
Are
friend.
you have you been cutting down trees in an old growth area that you've never cut before?
Not necessarily. We're just kind of continuing to go deeper into the woods. We have a lot more work these days, and so we have cut down maybe a few more trees than we have in the past, and we can do that so much easier now that we have the mill, of course. We don't have to wait for it to get shipped down and all of that. We can do the work here ourselves.
Yes, I've heard that you are going to build an opera house soon. Where exactly will it be located once?
Oh, the north end of town
construction-
where we have some land. The forest itself would be to the west of the village.
Okay, so they're not building deeper in.
No, it seems like everything of the village is kind of along the river itself, and it kind of goes more north and south.
Okay.
What was the town's reaction to this priest death?
Oh, well, everyone was a bit shocked by the fact that that Vilho would do such a horrendous act. There's some people that were quite saddened by it because they were faithful followers. For some of us, it's just more of, well, just one less thing to keep the worker from being put down.
I see.
I don't know if necessarily we have a strong lead here. Do we have
Yes.
any reason not to go?
I would
Anything-
I would like to make one quick check of the river just to see if Frederick's daughter is still around there. I do worry for her safety.
Be
Yeah,
kind of
sure.
like
Kind of
finding it.
looking up and down the river, you don't seem to find. You don't see her. You don't see any tracks of a little girl.
Kind of be like finding a needle in a haystack. I don't know if we want to search for all day.
Very true, but with the dreams of late and what happened at the church, I fear we have kicked the hornet's nest.
Fair.
Shall we go then?
Yes.
So as we're leaving, I say, I'm trying to mull all of this over in my mind and put two and two together. I do suspect, with the strange amount of ash and the way Dr. Belgin said that the heart just disintegrated, and that we've seen the deterioration of that heart was more advanced than what we actually would suspect it to be at that stage. I'm thinking time manipulation. Are we talking about trollcraft? Could there be fairies or trolls?
Those
The
questions,
river. Trolls hang around about the river, don't they? Or near bridges? Fairies live
Yes.
in woods.
You're speaking outside of my expertise personally, but I do think that we're not talking about anything remotely within the natural world.
I have an idea of what might have caused the spirit to react. When Frederick told us the cross's state, he said the ruby on the bottom was cracked. And all those millennia ago, when the saint crystallized wine, would that not make a red gem?
Interesting.
I do believe when the saint cured the plague, the creature causing it was sealed inside this ruby, and that ruby was placed upon the cross. And once the cross was broken, it unleashed this. Once the ruby was cracked, the
The
spirit
priest
was
in your
unleashed.
vision was not facing you.
No,
What if he
was
just
back.
had an accident and broke the jewel?
It very well could be that.
Let's see if we can find the others.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Father Albert and Dr. Berglund, were you wanting to go to the doctor's place first? Or you wanting to go to the rectory first?
It depends on the hour, I think. I'm not supposed to see the doctor until after 9. So if it's 8:15 when breakfast is done, then we'll see
Right.
Tanya.
You had breakfast at 7, so it's going to be over about 7:30 or so. So yeah, it's before you would had scheduled to go talk to the doctor.
Yes. Let's see the widow, and then of course we can release Frederick to whatever his day is.
Okay. So Frederick brings you over to the house, which is, maybe it's not too far of a walk. So it's a couple of minutes from the church itself. So you kind of pass by the church and continue down that road a little bit before you get to the rectory itself. Frederick knocks on the door. And
Father Albert, is there does she have a title or something?
Matushka.
I'll answer correctly, knowing the right answer.
In a Russian Orthodox setting, I think
Matushka.
Matushka. Just kind of the priest's wife. So Frederick goes and knocks on the door, and when he does, the door actually kind of opens up a little bit. He kind of leans in and Tanya. Tanya. There's no response. She's
Send back Frederick.
Supposed to be here.
Is there smoke in the chimney?
There is smoke in the chimney. There's a lot of smoke in the chimney.
Jesus.
Oh. Okay, we've had some ash. Let's go inside. I'm sorry.
Yes. Doctor, God is going with you right now, and I'm going to impart the blessing advantage to Dr. Frederick.
Okay.
Berglund.
So that means you get a +2 to any roll that you wish.
Feel very refreshed.
But then yes, immediately follow. This is sketchy.
Do you wish Frederick to go in with you or have him stay outside?
Perhaps you should see if there's an alarm to put up. There might be a fire.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Go,
okay.
Frederick.
He kind of runs off. He's like, I don't know what to do. So he kind of takes off. All right.
Yell fire. That usually does it.
You guys go in. And as you enter in, there's kind of over everything a very fine layer
Mhm.
of ash over everything. Not thick, not heavy, but there seems to be kind of this fine layer of ash. There's a corridor that you open up into, and there seems to be kind of rooms down at the end. Off to the right, kind of the first room, there seems to kind of be like a sitting room. And there is a massive fire that's in the fireplace, and you're feeling that room probably feels like 95, 98 degrees in there. Um, and there appears to be someone sitting in front of the fireplace, kind of covered up with blankets upon blankets upon blankets.
Matrushka, are you all right?
No response.
Okay, so it's the quick but
Yes.
anxious creep to put a hand on her shoulder and
Go with you.
pull her and bend in a little against the blaze.
As you kind of reach in, because she's sitting in this chair, as you brush up against this chair, the fabric on it just kind of falls off, as if dry rot type of thing.
Hundreds of years old almost.
As it just kind of crackles as you kind of brush up against it. And once you said you're touching her shoulder. So when you touch her shoulder, I have guests. I didn't hear you come in. Please have a seat. Can I get you something to drink?
Forgive us, Matrushka. Yes, please. Let us go together to the kitchen. It's hot in here.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay, very well. And she kind of walks out, and it's still covered in these heavy blankets as she kind of walks across the kitchen. Give me an investigation roll, both of you, while you're there.
7.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah, two sixes.
Okay. As you're walking through in the parlor where you guys are at, there's a lot of pictures around. And some of them, of course, are kind of like family photo type of things, things like that. But there are also then, because it's a priest's house, there are also icons here. You notice on all the icons, the faces of all the icons are blackened over, of every single icon in this house.
And like in the church, there isn't soot on the wall above them. It's though somebody held a
Right.
candle.
Right. There's no soot above the wall. It's just directly where the faces are at. Just that area there itself is blackened in.
Mhm.
Tanya, what did you and Vladimir get up to?
What are you asking? What are we up to? I don't understand your question.
Matrushka, forgive us. This is Father Gerling from Uppsala. I am Dr. Berglund. We are trying to learn the truth about your husband's death. The vagrant Vilho is innocent. You realize?
Oh, but he had the church's cross with him.
Yes, he found that. We don't know exactly how it came to the riverside, but that little man couldn't have done to your husband what was done. You must realize.
Well, I've seen the butcher prepare the meat. Why couldn't a man with a knife do such a thing?
What makes you think that Vilho had a knife?
Well, how else could anyone do such a thing?
Well, it wasn't exactly someone. Do you have tea or something in the morning? Is there something?
Oh yes, yeah. Oh yes, I was going to make you tea, wasn't I? Very good. Yes, please. And she goes into the kitchen, and she pulls out a kind of a canister that she keeps her tea in, and you notice that the canister itself is just kind of covered in rust. As she kind of takes the lid off, and she scoops a couple of spoonfuls into the kettle, and she picks up some of the wood to put into the fireplace. You can tell that it's just very, very old and kind of rotted, but she is able to kind of get a fire started in there. And she just keeps putting more and more and more wood into the stove. She just keeps shoveling it in.
Does she look like a woman in her 30s?
She looks like a woman in her 60s.
Which is not the correct age, as we understand it at
Right.
all.
Doctor, can we even get her out of here?
I-
If what happened to the heart?
Oh, that's a thought. Madam Matrushka, are you cold? You seem to be very covered up, but the fire is blazing.
No, I'm not cold. Why?
Well, you're very heavily dressed.
Oh, am I? I just put on my clothes this morning. Is what I'm wearing not appropriate? I'm so sorry. I'll go change. And she kind of begins to leave the kitchen and walks down the hallway and kind of disappears into a room.
Father Albert, I think your concern is appropriate, but I don't know if there's anything to save her.
I don't know the steps for even like an emergency exorcism or something, which is what it would seem she needs. But is the demon here now? If it is, it's not directly attacking her like it did the father.
No, it seems more as though there's an element that quickens somehow, some toxic or repellent substance. I'd like well, let's open whatever flues and dampen this thing
Quite, yes.
so that the house doesn't go up. I'll do the same in the drawing room.
Yes.
And then
Yes.
I think it'll be easy to distract her while we search the place for the key. She might have it might be the key that is causing this acceleration.
That could be, yes. Some attack to keep it away from us. It's strange. The ghost said it did not like any of us, and seems to be correct. Yes, fire. Let's put this out.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have any trouble putting the fires out. That's not a problem at all.
Okay.
Tanya.
Yeah, we'll check on her in a few minutes and make sure that she's not...
The door she went into, the room she went into, the door is closed.
Do we want to look at his office and around the house? Because I don't know that she's even going to come out.
I fear you're correct. Yes, let's go to his office quickly.
I'm only responsible for her physical well-being, and you have her soul, and you're, under your broad rubric. But
yes, you are correct. I will see if she's well, but perhaps yes, you should go and make while the getting's good.
Okay, so Father Albert's going to go check on Tanya, and Dr. Berglund is going to be kind of searching around.
So look for the father's office and desk and papers.
All right. So, Dr. Berglund, you're heading down the hall. There's kind of just one main hallway with some rooms kind of branching off. As you're kind of moving down towards the end, you see that there is this mirror that's there, and something out of the corner of your eye you catch.
And on closer inspection, maybe slightly at an angle so as not to look myself in the eye.
Okay, as you go and you kind of take a look, there seems to be, is there almost these kind of smoke kind of forming in there.
This is a sort of a normal hallway mirror.
Yeah, it's a little bit larger. It might be about 3 foot tall.
The frame is not ornate or
just a simple wooden frame.
Okay. And it's hanging slightly off the wall on a
Just a
regular
little bit,
peg.
yeah.
Behind it, nothing seems out of the ordinary.
You just see it's held up by a nail.
Yeah. Is it warm to the touch?
Give me a fear roll.
Yep. And that's either empathy or logic.
Yeah. And you're by yourself.
Right. Nope, 2 of them on my lap. Nothing good yet. 1 success.
One success. Okay. I didn't tell you I didn't tell you how many number, but because I didn't tell you, I'll let it be with a fear 1 because I didn't tell you. As you touch the mirror, an image becomes very clear.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're touching the mirror, it seems to be reaching out towards you, and you see a claw come outside of the mirror.
Right.
As it's reaching forward.
Tip
It's still
that
there.
off the wall.
You're just going to smash it?
I'm going to tip that thing off the wall onto the floor.
Okay. Give me I'll let you choose agility or force, whichever you want.
Oh boy, my strongest attributes. Okay, agility, 3 dice. And 2 6s.
That's all you need. All right, so yeah, so you quickly, you see this thing reaching out, you go and you just smash it off the wall and it just shatters on the ground. As all the glasses kind of, you see a little bit of smoke kind of creeping off, but then it immediately kind of dissipates.
Doctor, is everything all right?
Yeah, Father, you definitely hear that.
No, look for, be mindful of windows and mirrors. We still need to find, I think the key is here, that the creature, I think I saw what Nicholas saw.
Oh.
And it was close.
Lord protect us both. Tanya, are you, we need to move, Tanya. Knock,
move?
knock, knock.
Oh, my son is not coming to pick me up for a few more weeks.
Forgive me. He's here now. Let's go, Tanya.
Oh, I'll need my travel jacket then. One moment, please.
No. Now is good, Tanya.
Okay. Dr. Berglund, you do see that opposite the mirror, there seems to be a study there. And as you peek into the study, the place is a mess. Books are strewn absolutely everywhere.
I don't think the widow did this. All right, methodically, desk first. Is it locked?
As you go to the desk, someone's pried open the door of the desk.
Mm-hmm.
You do notice there seems to be a false bottom in one of the desk drawers. It seems to have been overlooked.
Dagger out. Try to pry that up.
Pop that open. Let's go to Father Albert. You see then Tanya comes out and she seems to have added about 5 or 6 more blankets over her. Where's Spiridon?
He's just outside, Tanya. We must go now.
Okay, very good, very good. And she begins to follow you. Where are you taking her, Father?
Out of the house, probably past the study of Doctor.
Well, the study is farther down.
Oh, other way. Okay, then we're going out. I'll give a shout. We're heading out, Doctor. We'll see you shortly. Tanya, do you have anything to confess? Anything to give up? He's for sure that she's going to just go into dust, but he's got to try and get her out of there.
Okay. No, I went to confession before my husband died. I think I'm good.
Poor soul. Is there anything you want? As he's like walking out the front door, anyone I should contact for you? other than your son, of course.
Just the Spiriton should be outside. He's my only family. Yeah, that's where you said he was, yes?
Guilt. Yes. Yep.
Okay. So you lead her outside. As you lead her outside, your suspicions are correct, good father. She begins to just crumble before you. I need a fear 3 test from you.
Yeah, that checks out. Oh, and I'm gonna go roll with my empathy. That seems right.
And you're all alone, so no
No.
bonus.
No, nothing. I'm assuming these are mental conditions.
These are mental conditions, yeah.
As I become angry, frightened, and helpless, all of that is accurate. He just kind of falls down with this handful of shawls.
Those disintegrated as well.
No.
I mean, the whole kit and caboodle just fell apart in front of you.
I mean, he's just gonna sit down on the lawn then for a minute.
Okay. While he's sitting down for a minute, Dr. Berglund, you find something in that drawer. You find yourself a nice little diary.
Mm.
And as you're looking, there is something that catches your attention. The very last entry.
12th May, 1862. I have finally found it. I discovered the exorcism ritual of my saintly predecessor. Father Elia, tui moistu mesta, used to bring the people of Koivu back to God and banish the evil spirit back to Tartarus. As in the past, the people were gripped by pagan superstitions. Now their minds are poisoned by the atheism of Hegel and Marx. The Israelites were constantly pulled back to God following their great hardships. We need a hardship. I will undo the protection that St. Elia gives to us. May God forgive me my sins. And once the people see again how much they need God, they will return. Will preach repentance. They will accept. And I will banish the devil once more. The road laid before me is treacherous, but I will do the will of God. Thus is hubris. I'll pocket that, as we'll need something to show.
As you're putting the journal into your pocket, a very small key falls out of it as well. Very
God
thin.
bless. Very thin. All right, a separate pocket with care. Maybe wrap it up in a cloth. I don't imagine anything here could be as important in times of the essence, so I'll go out and join the widow and Father Albert.
When you head out, you see Father Albert sitting down outside the door by himself with a pile of ash next to him, or a pile of dust, dirt, debris.
Father,
You can see his hand that was holding hers is like leaving a little ash on his face.
yeah, a little hand on the shoulder. I don't think she could have been saved, and we have the key. So it was not in vain.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah. Oh, I have a flask in my bag if you'd like
That, please.
a touch of inspiration.
Yes, I think that's exactly what I need right now.
As you take a swig from the doctor's bottle, you hear the town bell start to ring.
He went to the fire department.
And you see a lot of people starting to gather kind of in the center of town. So this is both Father Albert and Dr. Berglund, as well as everyone else starts to see once the bell begins to ring. Everyone seems to kind of be huddling to the middle of town.
Yeah, let's make pace. I fear if this is the judgment visited upon husband and wife. How far will this go beyond this?
He willingly undid whatever the ancestor did to try to bring his flock back.
Jesus.
We'll share we have to come up with a story for the village first.
Do we have time?
Perhaps we just go to the church and open up that vault. The others will probably hear the bells, so
yes,
let's go in.
Correct. Yes, let's go there.
Okay.
Put that down.
As you kind of come to the center of town, you see a lot of people kind of gathering, kind of talking in kind of corners by themselves. You do see Friedrich and Helga kind of up near the front, and you can definitely see that that Helga has been profusely crying, red eyes, tears streaks out her face. The kind of the mayor of the village then kind of is trying to speak above the crowd, and you're able to pick out there seems to be several people that have gone missing this morning, multiple people, and tracks seem to be heading into the woods. That they're wanting to get some parties together in order to do searching of the woods to see if they can find these missing folks.
Right. So we know that one of the missing is the child Ada. Or is the population, are they describing men, women, and children, or is it all children, or?
It's men, women, and children.
Okay. Well, at least our fire alarm isn't drawing attention. Let's find the others.
Yes.
Oh, we're here.
What is
What's
happening?
going on?
The unfortunate fact of the missing villagers might make it easier to occupy the church without interference. I have found this diary entry. And we'll pass the journal around, and there is, I think this must be the key.
I was completely wrong in my ideas. I thought perhaps Mama, or what's her name? Mummy Helen had put a terrible curse on the priest and his wife.
It still might be good to find Mummy Helen
And
before we attempt this intervention.
And it seems my theory was correct.
Let's find her. She might be the one who knows how to put the thing back in the box, whatever it is.
The fact that she left town for a couple of days, she might have gone for help herself or some.
Oh, she's not here then.
Yes, she.
Well,
she was going.
Well, you don't know where she is currently.
Yeah,
Right.
we know where her shack is, but she left only for a couple of days, Friedrich said.
Then
Perhaps we just grab random people on the street and say, "Have you seen Mummy? Where is she?" They might eventually point us in the right direction. We'll find her.
You find someone and they say, I think I saw her join one of the groups that was heading out into the forest.
We'll head that direction. And keep asking.
Get your weaponry at the very least. This
My
thing is,
sword.
yes, what the doctor perhaps mentioned, but it is stalking. And it will show up in reflections. I don't see a reason the river won't provide that.
Right.
Apparently, we have disturbed it enough that it is ready to attack.
I think the priest did the work himself, but it's out there. It could transmogrify itself out of a looking glass.
If
we must retrieve the cross from the constabulary. I believe the ruby at its base was the crystallized wine the patron saint used to seal away the spirit in the first place.
Do you think that's in Rovaniemi? How far away is Rovaniemi?
That's about half a day's journey north.
Oof.
If we're fearing that, I think what Father said was pretty prescient. I think that if this Vaesen is leading them to the river, to
the woods,
to the woods, and therefore the river is next to the woods, I believe.
No,
and-
the city is the village is next to the woods. Then you go out
Hmm.
farther eastward. There's been clearings and clearings and clearings of the woods before you get to the woods.
Okay, I misunderstood.
I think we must retrieve whatever is holy from that church that he left. I do not think that we will have time once we find this. The people there, the demon will be there too.
Somehow, the original saint trapped the demon in red wine. Maybe red wine is the key here. And then once in the red wine, it was condensed down to a stone.
I am prepared to perform the divine liturgy as well as I can, but
And I am ready to assist.
I think we need Mummy Helen. She might be the one who knows the original ritual.
Are we afraid of going to using the key now?
Well, in the father's diary, it said he discovered it himself. Perhaps that is what is in the box. The original exorcism. The rituals.
Well, I'm game for anything anyone wants to do. Let's go.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Doctor,
running
your
out of
flask is
time.
empty.
In fact,
Ah,
if
that's mine.
Thank you.
if this
Just starts.
if this creature is vindictive enough, I believe, even if it has captured people and brought them to the wood, perhaps if we begin doing something in the church to catch its eye, it
Have to
will
pull it
leave
back.
them be and come to us. I believe the quicker we begin, the more time those people may have to be found.
We're saying this as we're walking towards the church.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So is that where we're going? We're going to the church?
Mm-hmm.
I think the
I think-
father at least will stop by the hotel and then bring people's weaponry. I'm assuming not everyone's brought them, or is it just the father that left his sledgehammer behind?
I wear
Think of
mine
my-
on my side.
Oh,
It's part of
Yeah,
my-
Nicholas only has a small knife.
All
Yeah,
right,
just
I
a
will be.
tad outside.
I will be but a moment. I will
Not
meet
everyone
you
is as
there.
violent as Father Albert.
I'm the least violent. I did not bring my weapon. Fine.
Also, he
My-
smells a little flammable himself already.
My weapon is merely for rituals, and that is all.
Weapons not for rituals.
So you guys are stopping the hotel to grab weaponry that people need to get there, and then you're heading towards the church, right?
Yes, that is where we're
Correct.
going.
Okay. When you get to the church, the door is open already.
We may be too late.
Let's go inside.
Go in.
You go inside. You notice there's a couple things you're going to notice. But one of the things you notice is that, because you guys had been walking in there, you would expect to find your footprints and whatnot.
Mhm.
The ash in there is completely smooth again.
Hmm.
In the circle in front of the iconostasis, there stands several men, women, and children facing inward
It
for the
did
circle
not.
itself.
It did not bring them to the wood. It brought them here. This is a ritual. Of course.
Don't
didn't I
disturb
see-
among
them.
them?
What's that?
Ada is among them.
Ada is among them.
Do not disturb them. It makes whatever effect is happening worse. We have to stop this at the thing. Let's quickly get to the safe.
Into the sanctuary.
Yes.
Okay. As you're walking past them, they seem to be mumbling something. You're not quite sure what the language is, but they do seem to be kind of mumbling something in kind of unison with one another. You also notice that all of their skin looks extremely dried out, and flaking in some places as well.
We must hurry.
But you guys are passing them by and going into the sanctuary.
You don't
What do you
think,
do?
Father, some holy water might
If,
ameliorate?
if I had any to give, I would do it. I have nothing for them.
Well, let's try the key. Everyone else stand back and be on guard.
Yeah, Nicholas has his knife out and his crystal ball.
As you put the key in, you twist and turn, and it's a little bit difficult because the mechanism seems to be a little kind of hardened a little bit, but eventually you kind of twist and you hear a click, and then you lift up the top, and inside you do see what appears to be a small collection of paper, very brittle, very old paper that is bound up with some sort of twine. And if you're not quite careful with them, you think that they might crumble before you. You do notice on kind of the edge of one of the pieces that you're able to read, there seems to be something in Greek. And I would think because of his education, Dr. Berglund or Father Albert would definitely be able to read this. But it says, Scontinia pneumata apotonagia Aristoli, which translates as dark spirits by the holy Aristotle. And there seems to be another piece of paper that looks a lot newer, kind of wedged in between the twine and the rest of the papers.
Probably handwriting like that in the journal.
It does, what you can kind of see from the edge, it does look very similar to the handwriting from the journal, yes.
And nothing else came out of the hole.
Just this stack of papers.
I think we found the exorcism, Father. This is probably work for you.
Okay.
Very delicate. Be very delicate with it.
Here, Father, if it is hard to read, take my magnifying glass. It may help you.
Thank you. Let's set it up, and I'll begin preparing for the divine liturgy, I suppose.
As you're looking at it and pulling out the piece of paper that's separate from the rest, the newer piece of paper, in the same handwriting as from the journal, you find this.
Following the sanctification, the chief priest takes the holy things and commingles them with the arton and says, I bind Leviathan and all proud spirits arrayed against my life and community. I bind the principalities, powers, rulers of the darkness of this world, and spiritual wickedness in the places of the high and the low. I lose mind, will, and soul from every assignment and spirit of darkness. I free this land of its affliction. I make it holy and free. And I command Beelzebub and all his minions within this claimed place to heed my words and obey. You are bound in limbo through the power of the holy and undivided Trinity, Father, Son, and Spirit. If the Master is a man of true faith and free of all stain of corruption, he may fire the holy things in the forge of purity and pull forth the jewel of faith.
Well, we're screwed because we don't have a man of faith and purity.
And
Yes, the father just nods along, takes another swing.
He's another swing of his.
How close do you suppose you have to be?
You need to have your confession heard. What do you want to confess to? Liturgy's going to take at least an hour.
Yeah, but he can use the Lutheran ritual.
Is that like a speed run? Cliff Notes?
The Cliff Note version, yeah. What do
But all
you
the
guys
good
want to do?
stuff.
I
We have
think
to find this thing. It's obviously trying to take over, destroy
Yes.
the whole village.
You know, the souls in front don't have long.
yes, we must hurry.
Advise us as to what you would need to prepare, and we'll assume that you're shriven.
All right. Yeah, and he'll start to kind of lay out the steps for that.
Yeah, basically, you'll, with your theological training at the seminary, you would know that there are a couple of steps that need to happen here. Is that you need to create the Eucharist by saying Mass in the Lutheran case. You would know it's something a little bit strange to you, but you do know from your studies that the arten bread is just regular bread that has been blessed. The priest blesses with the Eucharist
Okay.
itself. And then you've got this formula to say that's in here. And then at the very end, it says you need to fire the holy things in the forge of purity and pull forth the jewel of faith. It almost sounds, as you're kind of thinking from your theological training, that somehow you're supposed to put these things into the chalice and set them on fire. And then pull forth the jewel of faith.
Very fiery village.
Right.
I'll
Let's get some fire.
I'll go out into the village and look for bread, wine, brandy to burn things. Any other materials you think that should be assembled?
That any wine, I've made a short work, but I have some left that I brought with me that should suffice, I'm sure.
Make sure it's not vinegar.
Yeah, quite. Harold, would you hear my confession so I can be as close to pure as I can be?
I mean, I can hear your confessions, but I don't know if I'm the most pure among everyone here.
Well, it's he without and whatnot, right? Harold, we don't have time for this. I'm sorry. I let my previous congregation die through my lack of will. I let something take them, and
What do you mean? I suppose I should just let you speak.
No, it's fair. My sister she's not human anymore, perhaps in some way, but she killed everyone, and I see this happening before me, and I don't know if I can stop it again. But I have to try, and this could be a redemption for me.
Father, we have entered into a world that I don't recoil when you tell me that your sister has killed an entire congregation. I don't know anything any of us can do except go forward. Go forward in grace, as it were, in providence.
All right, Harold, roll me inspiration.
Oh, sorry, 2 successes.
2 successes. All right. Excellent. Excellent. All right. So I'm assuming you're one to having that extra success turn into another mental condition to be healed, wouldn't you? All right. So that is 3 healing of mental conditions for Father Albert.
Oh man, he stands up straight, and you can still smell the liquor on his breath, but it is a yes, Harold. We are in grace. Let's kick this demon out of the house of the Lord.
As you finish that, now as I get this, Dr. Berglund, you ran out to find some supplies, yes? Okay.
Yeah.
As Harold kind of finishes talking with Father Albert, and is able to have gotten these burdens off of his soul, the rest of you that are still in the church, you notice that the cadence of the people in the circle seems to be getting louder and more rhythmic. And as you look over as you look over to the front door, you see this standing in the doorway. Whoever has not had to do a fear roll yet for this particular creature needs to give me a fear roll too.
All right. I've got mine out of the way.
What's the bonus dice situation? I'm assuming 1 for Harold, or
you
are
get
we all kind of there?
Well, yeah, Berglund's not there, so but the rest of you are, and the most you can get is 3, so you do get a +3.
I'm going to put myself between them and that.
Yeah,
with my saber drawn.
As Nicholas sees the creature enter, he's going to start setting up a seance-like thing to try and protect the people that are in the circle chanting.
All right, so we'll get to that in a second. Did everyone get 2 successes? That was rolling. Okay. With that, then, we will go into the initiative version of this particular game. We'll go ahead and Dr. Berglund, you will get initiative, but we'll have to wait a little bit before you get back. But I'll just do it all at one time. And I believe, Colonel, you get 2, right? You get 2 cards.
That's correct. And I
Okay.
get to choose which one I want.
Oh,
All right.
cards.
Yeah, I have a deck of cards 1 through 10 here. I've shuffled them up. And the way I'm going to do it is I'll ask each person to choose a number, and then that's the number of cards I'll draw off the top, and that'll be your number. And I'm going to just go in order. So, Colonel Gustafsson, how many cards? Oh, give me a number 1 through 10.
3.
1, 2, 3. Your first number is a 4. Give me another number 1 through 9.
7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Your second one is a 6. So you have a
I'll
4
take the
or a
4.
6. You'll take the 4. All right. I'm just going to shuffle that. Well, actually, I should keep that out. All right. So you're taking the 4. All right. Harold, I've got 8 cards. Which number?
What?
First one is a 3. All right. Father Albert, 7 cards.
One worked out great before.
7.
Oof.
All right. Nicholas, I have 6 cards. Which one do you want?
2.
2. 1, 2. You get a 5.
Not bad.
Right. And Dr. Berglund, I have 5 cards.
That's right. I'll take the 4th.
4th. 1, 2, 3, and 4. You get the 1.
Ooh.
Right.
When I come back.
All right. And then I shall take just the bottom card, which is a 9.
Oh, good.
All right. So the Vaesen will have the 9. All right. So, Dr. Berglund, you are currently out searching for things. So you're unaware of what's going on, but you're during the conversation. So during the conversation between the father and Harold, you'll get there soon. But the first round, you won't be present for us. Next up, then, would be Harold.
Okay. In my immediate vicinity, what am I seeing right now?
You're seeing basically you've just kind of helped father, and then you started to hear this chanting in front of you, and then at the far end of the church, because you guys are all in the sanctuary, at the far end of the church, you see this massive creature that is standing in the doorway.
And do they seem like they're going to stop me from reaching that creature?
At the moment, they seem to be engaged in some sort of ritual.
Okay. Given that I feel like we're not running from this, I will. Do I have the movement capacity to reach it?
In terms of game mechanics, you can't get all the way to it. You wouldn't be able to get next to it in this round, but you could get to it right in front of it next round. So it would take you 2 rounds to stand in front of it.
Okay. I will move whatever is my capability to move forward with just a dagger drawn.
Okay, so you're drawing your dagger, and basically I'll let you get to where the people are doing their chanting. That's kind of the area you'd be able to get to with 1 round. Okay. So 4 is Colonel.
I was drawing my sword. I'm going to try to get between whatever the creature is and the rest of them. Not necessarily going all the way up to the creature, but I want to be the guard standing in front.
Okay, so like I told Harold, you'll be able to. You can get to the people chanting if that's what you want to do. I'll let you be in front of them because we can just let you be in front of them. So. But
I'm probably going to grab. If I'm next to Harold, I'm going to sort of grab him and push him a little behind so I can get ahead.
Okay. All right. Okay. 4, 5 then is Nicholas.
Yeah, Nicholas is going to enter into the room kind of between the threshold of the main church and the sanctuary, and he's going to he's going to try and make a protective sort of sigil or circle around the people chanting, so the creature can't get to them as easily. If I can do that with a seance sort of thing.
I mean, that's typically what that's used for, but let's see. All right. Like I told the others, you can get to that area if you want to for this round, and then we can figure out
Okay.
what you'll do the next round.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Father.
The father is going to have faith that the doctor will return with the rest of the supplies. He will start perhaps a truncated mass. He's just shouting it above any chanting. He's starting the ritual.
Okay, so you're doing the short form of the mass. All right, so you're getting that started, hoping by the time you get to it, you'll have the bread and the wine before you. Okay, it is the Vaesen's turn. Colonel, you have your sword drawn, yes?
Yes.
Okay. In one leap, it jumps in front of you and is towering over you.
Okay.
And it looks down at you. And it's going to take a swing at you.
Do I counter or
You can attempt to
parry?
yes, you can parry if you wish. So that is you can roll if you're going to parry close combat, if you're going to try to dodge, it's agility.
Okay.
And just so you know, if you're trying to dodge, you just need to get the same number as it. If you're trying to parry, you actually need to get more than it.
Say that again.
If you're going to dodge, you need to get the same number of successes as the Vaesen. If you're going to parry, you need to get more successes than the Vaesen.
All right. I am going to try and strike at its arms. I'm parrying.
Okay. I rolled 4 successes.
We got 5.
I got 3. Damn you and your 5. I've never gotten 3 on any roll in my life.
All right. It just throws you. It just smashes into you and throws you across the room. And you smash up against the wall. You do take 3 physical conditions from that.
Ooh.
So I'm wounded. And I'm also looking around to see if I see my old friend.
Okay. Yeah, so you take 3 physical conditions, so you're exhausted, battered, and wounded, right? Okay. You're asking about your old friend. Go ahead and give me a vigilance roll while you're trying to keep yourself awake at the moment.
Vigilance is.
You do have that +2 from the beginning of the session.
I do. Yeah. I might roll that in there too.
Okay.
1, 2, 3 6s again.
There seems to be a rather familiar figure. Seems to be outside the church.
Okay.
All right. We're back at the top of the round. Dr. Berglund, you're close enough that you just heard, you don't know who it was, but you just heard the colonel get thrown across the church. So you heard this massive thud against the wall of the church.
You know, we've examined this place a bit. Are there doors? Are they only the doors that are the 3
There's the
main
door in the
entry-
front. Yeah, there's just the door in the
That's the only
front.
place. Okay, so I come back and I've got like 2 loaves and a bottle of wine and then I see mayhem inside. And
You
I've heard
hear
a
mayhem.
crash.
You hear mayhem.
Before I enter, you mean?
Yeah.
I hear crash. Do I hear roaring?
You didn't hear any roaring. It didn't let out any sort of primal roar.
Is the chanting ongoing?
Actually, you would hear the chanting at this point because that has increased its level.
Right. So, that means I'm slipping in a door, trying not to have the daylight come full in so that I can examine the situation before I.
Okay. As you kind of peek in,
exposed.
you do see basically Nicholas and Harold are kind of around this group of chanters, near these group of chanters. You see the massive figure of the Vaesen that you've already seen before, so you don't need to roll another fear test for, seems to be right next to them, as well as the 8 people that were there. And you do notice in a corner, just kind of beaten and bruised and bleeding a little bit over on the side, you see the colonel.
Next to some broken wood bits and so on. This creature has strange anatomy, right? It's got bits of bone and things coming out of it.
Mhm.
Is it skin? Is it leathery or rockish or fleshy or?
Give me a learning roll, Doctor.
7. Good heavens, nothing out of 7.
Just as a reminder, you can always push. It would be a mental condition you
Yeah.
would take.
I think everyone's becoming stressed. And I think I'll take frightened and I'll try that again. That's better too. But I'm frightened. So what is it made out of?
What you notice, and this is kind of based a little bit upon what you saw in the mirror and what you're seeing now, is that the skin itself looks like it's gotten thicker and tougher and more kind of leather-like in its strength. And with your learning roll, you're making the connection that maybe it has to do something about the chanting that's going on.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to hurt the villagers, but that's a problem. Is that around?
That's around. All right, we are at 3, which I believe was Harold.
Yes.
Okay, so if I were to know that what Frederick knows, which I don't know, I would turn my attention to the villagers. But I just saw the lieutenant colonel walk in front of me, step in front of me, and then immediately get absolutely destroyed. And I don't feel like my attacks with a dagger are going to do anything. So I wonder if there's any way I can use my turn instead to like goad it or anticipate an attack and move away from the blast radius of it, so to speak, because I feel like the only way we're ever going to deal with it is through the father or something.
So you're wanting to, as I understand it, kind of move away from it and then taunt it over to you?
Yeah, just to avoid it from attacking the rest of my party. Just sort of
Okay.
Take its attention.
Yeah, you could go over. You can go over to a corner of the church in a round, and then give me a manipulation roll, and let's see what your taunting is like.
On Harold.
That's just rolling base empathy. So that's 5 dice.
Make fun of his antlers. He's very sensitive about those.
So I don't succeed with 5 dice. So I see that I'm failing. I become hopeless. I feel like I'm failing. I become hopeless, and then I'm attempting that again.
Okay, so you're pushing it.
And still no success.
All right. It's something else seems to be keeping its attention. You don't know what it is, but something else is holding its attention. But you are away from it, leaving Nicholas by himself next to it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
The lieutenant is next.
Lieutenant, you're on the ground. Colonel, not lieutenant, colonel, lieutenant colonel. You're
Lieutenant
on the ground.
Colonel.
Lieutenant Colonel. So I take we have fast moves and slow moves, right?
Mhm.
So is my fast move getting back up onto my feet?
Sure.
And I'm attempting to do the same thing as our socialite did. I'm trying to distract it so that it leaves the priest alone. And so I yell taunts, come here, you foul beast. It's Go back to the bloody hell you came from, and I'm swinging the sword as I'm moving forward towards it.
Give me a manipulation roll then.
Yeah, I'm really bad at manipulation. Let's see. That's 2 dice.
There's still a chance. There's hope.
Nope.
You can push it, and it is a mental condition that you would take, so you wouldn't break yourself doing it.
All right, I'll do that. It's still just 2 dice. Oh, I got a 6. 1.
Hey, there we
That's
go.
all you needed. That's all you needed. It looks
Now I'm
over at
angry.
you. It looks over at you, Colonel,
Angry.
and you see fire in its eyes. All right. I believe we're at Nicholas. Oh, yeah, Nicholas at this point. Aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Nicholas is going to try and use his supplies for seances and rituals to try and create almost a bubble around himself and the chanters so that the creature cannot get to them.
Okay. So in a sense, you're trying to do some magic.
Yes. And
Okay.
if it helps, I do have powdered deer horn. I wasn't able to find it in the main book, so I don't know exactly what it does.
Oh, that is an item of power.
Okay.
Let me see, because I don't remember what powdered deer horn was. Let me take a look real quick. But it is an item of power.
So if
power
that
122.
It's page 122.
Yeah. 124, 122. All right. Oh, it's not listed in there though.
try 124. I saw that one. I saw 124 mentioned a few times.
Oh no, that's just one of the Vaesen.
No, powdered stag horns is.
Oh, there it
under
is. I found it.
magic
You can use
items,
you can use observation to resist the temptation of Vaesen. The player character feels unloved and suffers 1 mental condition every hour until someone succeeds with inspiration.
So what does that mean? What does that do?
So basically, if a Vaesen was attempting to enthrall you, you could roll observation in order to resist.
Ooh, okay. Knowing that, I want to try and sprinkle it on the townsfolk because they're enthralled by this thing. I want to try to break them out of it to stop their chance.
Okay. All right, let's do that. So yeah, so you kind of sprinkle it on them. Roll me an observation roll. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll use that mechanic. Figure out some way this will work, but go ahead and use that mechanic.
5 die. Or actually with my crystal ball, it's 6. Because my crystal ball helps me out with observation.
And that's any negatives off of your conditions, right?
Yep. I still have angry, but the +1 from my crystal ball cancels it out. That is 2 successes.
2 successes. All right. All right. You notice that a couple people aren't quite in rhythm with the rest of them, Nicholas.
And Nicholas will keep on doing what he's doing.
Okay. Father.
The father is trying to outshout the crowd with his mass and probably not succeeding terribly, but he's is he able to see the doctor from here? Or is he's kind of back in his own area almost.
Yeah,
like, right?
there is kind of basically a wall that is separating the two of you.
Yeah, I mean, there's tears down his eyes, but he just has to trust that they're doing it. He's just continuing.
Okay, so you're continue to say your mass. All right. Yep. It is the Vaesen's turn, and Colonel, you have successfully taunted it. So it is going to go to you again.
Oh no!
I give you the same option. Yeah, I'll go ahead. Do you want to try to dodge or parry?
Oh, you're muted.
Who I am?
No,
Oh.
Todd.
I will try to dodge this time.
Okay, so you just need to get the same number of successes as I do. So let me roll real quick so you know the number. I only rolled 2.
What am I rolling?
You're rolling agility.
Agility. 3,
You need to get 2 successes.
6.
Come on.
Oh, I got 2 successes.
Yeah.
got 2.
That last one spun around and away.
All right. So it comes at you, but you're able to kind of move out of the way as it kind of comes in at both arms, and you just kind of miss and kind of duck underneath. And you're behind him now. Let's just say that's kind of how you got around him. So
Okay.
yeah, so you missed being massacred by this thing. Doctor.
Right. So I have a sense of things. I'm not so worried about the bread and wine as I was. I'm going to I guess I have this ornate box that I carry with me that contains a syringe. I also carry some fairly toxic material. So I'm going to take as much poison as the syringe will carry and begin advancing on the beast in a stately, manner, not running toward him. I'm walking toward it. It moves quickly. And as I advance down the open space of the church, I'll call out to the others, "Stop them chanting!"
I'm doing my best, Doctor.
Okay. So you're moving towards the creature. I'll say, do you want to get to it this round, or do you want to get to it next round?
I think it moves quickly and I don't. And I think I want it. This needle is of good steel and narrow, but the thinner its skin is, the better. So if the chanting is interrupted, I'm more likely to drive it home. So I'm going to give my fellows a chance to further interrupt the ritual.
Okay, excellent.
And then approach stealthily.
All right. So we'll say that next round you'll be able to get there. And if you're going to approach stealthily, go ahead and give me a stealth roll, just to check to make sure.
That's what I put my extra 2 in, and I've also still got that blessing on me. So I think I'm going to load up.
Yeah, load it up.
Because precision isn't my strong suit. So I've got 3 precision and my bonus 2 stealth and my bonus 2 blessing. So that's 7 dice. And but 1 6.
All you needed was 1. Okay. Yeah, the creature seems to be more focused on Colonel Gustafsson right now than anything. So you're pretty sure it doesn't notice you. Harold, what do you wish to do?
Harold can't figure out a better way to stop the chanting than he walks up to one of the chanters and slits their throat.
Man, woman, or child?
Man.
Okay. All right.
Well,
so you just murdered someone. Actually, technically, well, no, they're not going to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Don't really need a roll for that.
that escalated quickly.
Well, the doctor told him. All right. 3. Colonel, you're behind the creature.
Yeah, the creature lunged at me. I ducked under its arm. So now it's facing that way. I'm facing this way. I hear Dr. Frederick yell, "Stop the chanting." So what I do instead is I run towards the chanters and I just dive into the group, taking down as many as I can with me. And of course, I get splattered with blood, thanks to Harold, who...
Tell you what then, Colonel, I'll let you decide force or agility. Which do you want to do?
Let's see. Force, that's 1. Agility is 3. Agility plus physique That's 6. I'll take that one.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wiry. I got 2 6s.
2 6s. Then in that case, you take out 2.
All right. Well,
Knock 'em
that's
flat to the floor.
3. That's 3. Possibly not chanting anymore.
Let's see. That's 4 to 5 was Nicholas.
Yes. Well, now that chanters are either getting flattened or stabbed, Nicholas will still try the powder because he does want to get as many people out of here as possible. But I think now he is more focusing on the children and the women because very clearly Harold has gone to murder. So yeah, he's working real fast to try and get them out of this state.
Okay. All right, so we've got 1 that's dead. We've got 2 that have been knocked down. All right then. Go ahead. What did I ask you to roll last time? Was observation, right?
Observation, yes.
Yeah, because that was what was in the thing. So do an observation for me.
All right. All right. Hang on just a second. I dropped all my dice. Okay, that is 2 successes again.
2 successes again. All right. And you're focusing on women and children, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want one of them to be Ada or not?
Yes, one of them is Ada.
All right. That's another 2. Okay. All right. Okay. 5. So we're now at 7. So, Father, you're at the point where you need bread and wine. What are you doing?
I haven't heard anybody's voices. Oh no. He's gonna just kind of he's wrapping it up and he's looking around. He's just kind of shouting, Lord, grant me the bread and the wine.
All right, we'll see what happens.
The holy things and whatnot.
All right. It's the Vasen's turn now. It turns around, and to be quite honest, it sees the blood dripping from the knife of Harold.
Uh-oh.
Harold, do you wish to dodge or parry?
So is the idea behind parry is that you return damage?
Yeah.
You're blocking it. Yeah, you're fighting it.
So, but it's close combat either way.
No, one is agility, one is close combat. Dodging is agility, close combat is parry.
Oh, I'll definitely do the parry. Much more dice. So close combat plus what for this physique?
Close combat plus physique.
All right.
You have to get more than what the Vaesen rolls.
Yep.
Very unlikely, given what he rolled against.
Don't forget to add
you
your
gotta
weapon as
go
well.
more than 5. You gotta get 6. 6 sixes.
Yahtzee.
Okay.
Well, when you're rolling 12,
Okay, wait, how much am I rolling?
you need to get 6.
Okay, yeah. I've got 1 success.
You could push.
Yeah, I'll push. Is pushing re-rolling the fails only?
Pushing is re-rolling the fails only.
Yeah, absolutely.
However, you do take a physical condition.
Yeah, that's fine.
For this
I'll
time
take exhausted.
All right. And you do have to get 6 sixes.
Oh, is it absolutely irrelevant unless I get 6 sixes? Like, is the margin matter here or not?
I can do additional damage if I have more 6s than you.
So if I get some more 6s, it might reduce damage.
It could. However, well, that's a little mechanic-y, so I won't say that. But technically, yes. But it's up to you to decide what you want to do.
But
Yeah,
you're
then
taking
I'll take
one.
You're taking 1 already for re-rolling.
Oh, right. No, I'm stupid. That would be bad. Okay, that would be bad as far as the math there. Okay,
Okay.
I will not take a condition. I'll just take the damage.
All right.
Okay.
You are, because of where you're standing, Father, you're about to get some company as Harold goes flying through the iconostasis and lands in the sanctuary. You take 3 physical conditions from that.
Exhausted, battered, and wounded.
Okay. That was its turn. We're back to number 1, Dr. Berglund.
If only I'd somehow put the bread and wine onto Harold before he got knocked over there, it would have been a very convenient means of delivery.
I will tell you, Dr. Berglund, you can take 1 round to get into the sanctuary if you wish.
Well, I burnt up everything on the stealth to deliver this toxic needle into the most tender looking part of this critter. I'm thinking maybe somewhere around the kidneys.
Okay.
I don't know whether I could put 1 or 2 of my doses of strong poison in the ampule.
It's 1 dose per turn.
All right. So
all right,
that's what he's getting.
So roll me because you're trying to get through the thick skin.
Mm-hmm.
It's not fighting back because it was just, turning Harold into a ragdoll. But I do need a force roll to see if you can puncture the skin.
Boy, it's a pity I don't have any extra tools on me. It's not my strong suit. Let's see. Huh? Yeah. Nope. 1 and 4. Oh. That's a physical.
That's a physical.
Geez, I only have 2 dice. I shouldn't have. Well, I didn't. I wouldn't have made the sneak if I hadn't had the last, perhaps. I'm gonna face exhaustion to re-roll.
Okay.
Come on, Doc.
4 dice out of 6. There's another 5. Nope.
No, you go to try to put it in. The skin is just too tough where you decided to attempt to penetrate. But you do notice a little flinch as if it noticed you.
Mm-hmm.
Harold, you've just been you're now occupying the same space as Father Albert.
Is that space too far from the chanters to make a melee attack towards them?
It would, like I said, you can get to them with a round.
I will get if I can get close enough to make a melee attack. I will slit the throat of yet another one.
Well, you can get there. You can get there. You wouldn't be able to slit their throat this round.
Then can I move halfway and throw the dagger or something?
Sure. Give me a ranged combat.
Okay. Oh, my ranged combat's not good.
As you're running, the father's just like, has the doctor returned?
Okay. Actually, I don't think I'll do that. I think I'll run all the way up to the chanters instead.
Okay. Colonel.
Okay. I know what needs to be done. I'm going to run at Dr. Frederick and take the grocery bag that he's got with the bread and the wine and run into the altar with it.
Luckily, he's close enough that you would be able to get there in 1 round.
All right. Good.
All right. So you were all right, Father. You do see the colonel coming in with the groceries, as it was so eloquently put.
God
but
beams behind him.
It is Nicholas's turn.
Cabbage.
Hey, I got your DoorDash order for holy demonic exorcism bread. All right. Nicholas is going to keep doing what he's doing. He's going to try and break these people out of the trance.
All right. Give me another observation. Yeah, observation roll.
I am going to push as I become frightened that this is not going fast enough and it needs to be done quickly before we all die. And that is 2 again.
All right. So you do take another mental condition from that.
Yes.
When you put this staghorn on, the chanting ceases and they all just sit. Well, the one that doesn't have its throat slit and the ones that aren't already, on the floor from Gustafsson, but the ones that were still standing just stop chanting and sit on the ground. They seem to still be kind of focused off in the distance.
But the chanting is
The
stopped.
chanting has stopped. Chanting
Okay.
has stopped.
And then if I can do just some quick positioning before my turn is over, I'm going to get between the creature and the chanters.
Okay, yeah, not a problem, because he's still near the chanters because he threw Harold, so he hasn't really
Mhm.
moved. All right,
Yeah.
Shada.
I mean, getting those groceries and like, I'm not even sure he's bothering to open the bottle so much as just hit it, crack it open, dunk the bread. Like, this is the most abbreviated you've
Okay.
ever seen one of these.
So this round, I will let you have consecrated the elements because you use the brief version. So now you have the consecrated elements.
Great.
All right, that takes your round.
Now we need to light them on fire.
Now it's the creature's turn. Father, you've just done something that really got the attention. It's going to leap and jump over the iconostasis, and it's going to land right next to you.
Oh,
What do you wish to do, Father? Do you wish to dodge or parry?
I think if I dodge, that's my next turn too, right?
I'm not worrying too much about that
Okay.
for this.
He will
I'm
try
also
and
standing
dodge
right
then.
there too.
Yeah. I'll
Oh, yeah,
try
the
and
colonel's
dodge.
there.
Yeah.
Harold's
Colonel's there.
there. Harold's there too.
Here's the priest.
One success you have to
Okay.
equal.
And that is agility, right?
That is agility. Yeah,
I got one.
that's all you needed.
Yes.
And how do you escape the clutches of this massive creature there, Father?
Oh no. He leans back on that that counter that we pulled out, and it just slides underneath him, and he kind of hits the floor, and it just right over
Okay.
him.
All right, yeah, works for me. Dr. Berglund, the chanting has ceased, and the creature is now in the sanctuary.
So can I get there in a fast move?
You can basically, as I've kind of had it for everybody, you can use your full turn in order to get there. You're going to use your long move. You're going to use your long action or your slow action, excuse me.
And wait, so if I use my slow action to get there, I would have a fast action left?
You'd have
or-
a fast action left. Yeah.
Right. So around that door, and again, looking for a soft point.
So you're basically using the aim, for lack of a better term, thing for your fast action then. Okay. So you're looking for, and you think you might see a spot that might help you in your next time of going through.
Okay. And I think he's
3.
going to stay where he is after
Yeah.
all, because he's got.
All right. Harold.
Harold is just going to try to. I don't think that it matters with this thing's like general size and physique. That I don't think it matters if I try to physically block the father. So I think I'll try to distract it and taunt it, like at a different position, and just see if I can gain its attention over the father.
Okay. Give me a manipulation roll.
Okay.
But I am going to require 2 successes because the father has started to do something that it really, really, really doesn't like.
No successes. Can I gain a mental condition?
You can push a roll and gain a mental condition. Yes, you can.
I am angry at its disregard of me. And I do succeed.
Did you get 2 successes?
No, that's just one.
Not enough. Not enough. All right. Colonel.
All right, let's see. So let's see how this works. What I'm going to do is I am just going to thrust my saber. I've got to be standing like right next to the thing.
Yeah, you're pretty
I'm
close. You're
gonna-
really close.
Thrust it in like right underneath its arm as it's standing there. But at the same time, see how this works. I'm going to yell for Dr. Frederick to hit it with the needle right here. I'm using tactician to give him an advantage by if he obeys me. I think that's
Okay.
the way that it works.
I see what you're doing. Okay.
On his roll.
Does your advantage give a +1 or a +2?
You know, I didn't write it down, but
Okay.
I thought it's in the book.
All right. Well, go ahead. Yeah, if you could find that for him, because I don't remember if it's a +1 or +2. But go ahead and roll me close combat for your attempted attack.
Okay. Combat is 4 + 3.
A +2.
It's a +2. Okay.
I got 3 of them, 3 6s.
Okay. How much damage does your saber do?
Saber does 2 damage.
2 damage, plus another 2 for the extra successes. So you've done 4 damage on it. All right. Yeah, you put a nice gash into the side of it. But actually, my math's wrong there. It does have 1 armor for reasons. So it's 3 damage that you did to it.
Okay.
Excellent. Excellent. Good. We now go to 5, which I believe is Nicholas.
Nicholas is going to run into the sanctuary to the father, and he's going to prepare his liquor that he has had on him to help the father set the goblet aflame.
Okay. All right. So you're getting the liquor ready for him.
Yes.
Fada, what you got to do? What's the next step?
The next step is to just start shouting this chant about "I bind Leviathan and all proud spirits," and he's kind of leaning back up against this thing and getting to his feet as he's just shouting at this thing right in front of him.
All right. Yeah. So you're going word for word for the ritual, putting all your oomph into it that you possibly can. All right. Excellent. As you're continuing on the ritual, then we are now at its turn.
Creature.
The creature's turn. Doesn't like what you have to say, Father, at all. Not a bit. Not in the slightest. Dodge or parry, Father.
It's gonna be a dodge. All right. Let's see.
No.
No, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Would you believe?
All right. Excellent.
I don't like 666 showing up with this thing right in front of me. It's concerning.
Hey, the Holy Spirit's with you, Father. All right. Dr. Berglund, what do you wish to do?
So there's the thing got gashed by the colonel,
Right.
Right.
and then he turned to grab the priest, and the priest rolled out of his way, and the colonel showed me an
I said
area,
hit him in the
so I get an extra die.
You get, if you do what he's asked, you get 2 extra die. And
Okay.
because of your action last time, I'm giving you another extra die. So you do have 3 die plus 3 on your force roll if you're trying to stab it with the injection.
Okay, so I'm up to 6, which is more like it. And I've already failed like
Alright.
6 times, so and
You
that's
got it,
2
Doc.
6s.
All right.
Nice.
So
5 and
you
2.
sink your syringe in and you press on it, and you see this toxin go into its body. You start to notice that area where it's at begins to kind of solidify and begin to crack. Because
I'm gonna-
your it was a toxicity of 6, right?
That's right.
Okay.
And if I can fall away to load my second ambule,
Yeah.
then
Okay.
that's what I'll do.
Right.
Rather than staying there to watch.
Okay. All right. That was on number 1. One of the things you guys do notice now that you're all in the sanctuary, I believe,
Hmm.
you start to hear chanting again out in the front
Oh,
of the sanctuary.
Once their throats slit.
Harold,
oh
So-
no.
Okay, I feel like the manipulate plan did not go well. So even if it would have potentially gone well this turn, I think Harold's given up on it. At the same time, I don't think the dagger would do anything to this creature. So can I barricade the doors against the chanting outside? Is there any way I could do that?
I mean, it's not
Or
really
not that
outside. It's just on the other side of the iconostasis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go. I'll go. I'll go towards them.
Okay. So you're using your slow action to kind of get back out there with everybody else again.
Yeah.
Okay. Colonel,
I'm going to just continue slashing that saber into it.
give me another close combat roll then.
One success.
All you needed. All right. So as you pulled your saber out and you slash it back in there again. And when you do that, you notice that where the doctor had kind of put in the medicine, it had, or not medicine, the poison, it kind of solidified and began to crack, and you just kind of hammer into that same spot, and it shatters, and you see these fine particles of dust just fly across the sanctuary.
Okay. The whole thing shatters, or just that?
The whole thing
wound?
shatters. Whole creature shatters, and just
Oh.
particles of dust floating in the air. All right,
Right.
Nicholas.
Even seeing the creature dissipate, he is going to light the chalice to continue the binding.
Okay. Yeah, you fire the chalice. And as you do, you notice that the things that are within the chalice itself begin to coalesce together and begin to kind of form into the solid mass. And after it consumes the fire, and down below in the bottom of this chalice, you see this red ruby.
The crystallization of wine.
That's what Nicholas saw. Let's see, that was 5-7, Father.
He's gonna get a test of this purity right now as he's just putting his meaty paw right in there and grabbing the ruby out.
Okay. When you reach in, the ruby itself is extremely hot and
Yeah.
it's just burning your hand. You are going to take 1 physical condition from that. As you pull it out, you start to see all those particles of dust that were floating in the air from the explosion begin to coalesce and seems to kind of be rushing into the ruby that you hold in your hand. You're just trying to hold on as much as you can as the force is just kind of there. And you're just holding as best as you can as everything kind of just gets in there, and then it's done. And as you turn and look at the crystal, there seems to be deep within this crystal, there's something moving in there. There's fire in there, and it's swirling around like a maelstrom within this gem.
It is done.
Father, I think we know where to lock that.
Yes.
I don't think we can leave it here. And
We
he's
have a
not
vaulted
taking
home?
it out of his hand.
You do have a vaulted
Yeah.
home, yes.
No, this
We must
has to go with us. This is
we must lock it away, where no one may ever find it again.
You
don't
do
know.
also notice that as soon as every particle entered into the gem, the chanting immediately ceased out on the other side of the iconostasis.
Yeah, Nicholas will go out once the chanting stops to see the people.
They all seem to be asleep.
Well, then we can leave. Leave them with a
Yes.
mystery.
The problem of the injured and dead will have to be resolved.
Yes, that will be.
Well, luckily, there is only one that's dead. Two of them are a little bit bruised by the colonel's tackling, but the other ones that had the stag horde, they seem to be, there's nothing physically wrong with them that you can tell, Doctor.
I thought you slit the throats of two of them.
No, just the one.
Just the one.
He was on his way back for another, but got interrupted.
Mhm.
Yeah, we have this, but they're all down by the river looking for
Yes, they're in
the
the woods.
wanderers, so we can make perhaps even, Father, we can bury this fellow quietly and in the whole.
I suppose.
There is a fresh dug grave.
Yeah, put them in there with Father.
Yes.
I
Rosine.
mean, it was the father that opened that this door to hell in the first place.
While the rest of you contain to that, I am going to perform one last seance on the people I dusted with the horn just to make sure they will be okay. I know that is a very powerful powder, and I do not know what too much exposure will do to them.
Make sure, if you can, that they remember exactly what happened.
Yes.
Perhaps, well, I should see that Lieutenant Gustafsson, who's looking rather poorly. Perhaps, Father, if you walk Ada out into the public square, we can put a good face on the circumstance.
Yes, I don't think we can just leave. And Harold, I have need of your skills.
I have need of your skills as well. I do think I have something to confess for, Father.
Well, then we shall confess to
In-
each other again once we're done with this endeavor, but we still have to save Vilho, and I fear we may have to implicate Tanya in a less than truthful manner.
I agree.
Okay. So as I'm hearing, you're going to, the one person that's dead, you're going to go bury them while everyone is off in the forest kind of looking for these missing people. You're going to bury the one in the grave. And the other ones that are asleep, Nicholas is kind of looking after them. As far as you can tell, they seem to be okay. They don't have any memory whatsoever of what they've been through.
Okay. And the
None.
powder and the deer horn doesn't seem to have affected them too poorly. Okay.
Not that you can tell.
Got it.
And the others seem to notice that I walk away. I walk over into the corner of the church for a few minutes, and I seem to be talking to somebody who's not there. And then I come back to join them.
Yeah, you heard, Colonel, just not your time.
No.
Gustafsson, you need to be attended to. I have to clean.
I'm fine. Yes, clean the wounds.
Yeah.
It's mostly just my ego that's been bruised.
No, that's those ribs are. No, it's not just your ego, idiot.
Well,
And what are you guys going to do about Vilho?
Yeah, we don't really.
The father had an idea, and it's an unfortunate one, but with perhaps Harold's ability of writing and whatnot, he would like to forge a letter from Tanya explaining her plan to dispatch of the father to go live with her son and sell the cross through an amulet, or through kind of a sell it to this guy, get it to him, So he just happened to cross it, and she was the one behind it.
Who is the dead person?
That.
One of the villagers.
Just a
I was
random
going to
guy.
say we could blame it all on that person and say that he's the one who murdered the priest. We've just had a battle with him. He had all of these other people here hostages, and we rescued them all.
My only concern is that body may be found in someday, whereas we know that Tanya's body will not be found.
Also, these people can't remember being hostages, so
Right. They have no memory.
He had them all
what is
drugged.
Yes.
Mm.
I mean, for all I know, he's a shoemaker who, is a devout
You
father.
can't
of
trust
nine.
those shoemakers.
No, I think we get rid of the body. We blame the widow who is
Yes,
past suffering.
Okay.
I
Get
agree.
out.
So that's this direction you guys want to go with it, is blame the widow?
Blame Tanya.
Okay. All right. Harold's able to kind of forge a letter that seems to be passes mustard. And it takes a little bit of time, but you eventually do get a letter back from Frederick saying that Vilho has been released, and that there is a manhunt out for Tanya in order to bring her to justice.
Cool.
That is the end of our story.
All right, we did it. Nobody died. Hey.
Well,
One guy died, but
Couple of people died.
And once again, we fought off the devil.
Yeah.
Yes, very good.
Well, as Thomas can attest, compared to the last time I was on, this went much better.
Yeah, you didn't shoot anybody in the face. All right, well, let's finish up. Our players included Chase Capner, David Gastaway, Connor McLean, Nathan Decker, and myself with Thomas Bailey as the Game Master. We have a Discord server where you can chat with our other members. You can set up private games. You can learn the fine arts of gameplay and game mastering. We provide audio-only versions of our shows free for you to download from Podbean or iTunes. If you'd like to help support our show, please visit our Patreon account. Just $1 a month helps us a lot. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel, and punch the bell icon for updates on our latest shows, and leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answering any questions you might have. This is Tom Riley, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the universe of Scandinavian mythology and the Vaesen role-playing game. Until next time, good luck and good gaming.